if they, depending on the evidence, they'll say.
With Natron, you get this lesson. Because every great performance starts with a great night's sleep. Natron, the #1 drug-free sleep aid brand.
Okay, looks like everybody's here, so we're going to go ahead and begin. If everybody could please stand to be sworn in. I need the devices unmuted so I can hear. Okay, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Very good. All right, go ahead and have a seat. Okay. Central, you can go ahead and mute it. There we go. This is your first appearance hearing. A first appearance hearing has 4 purposes and 4 purposes only. First, I will advise you of the charges that have been filed against you. Second, I will ask if you have an attorney representing you. If you have hired counsel and they are present, they will speak on your behalf. If your attorney is not present, you will have the option of proceeding forward with your hearing today or postponing it until tomorrow. If you postpone the hearing, it is your responsibility to contact your attorney to let them know you will have court. No one else will do that for you. If you wish to move forward without your attorney present, we can do that. If you do not have an attorney, I will ask if you can afford one. If so, we will make note of that and move on. If not, and you qualify, I can provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you pending you filling out an application. You have a right to have your attorney present before and during any questioning. Third, if there are any challenges to probable cause, I will address those. Finally, I will review your bonds and/or other release conditions with you to determine if any changes are necessary. Be aware, if this court places you on pretrial release today, regardless of whether it is straight pretrial release or a condition of your bond, the conditions announced in court today go into effect immediately. meaning even while you remain in custody. Throughout this entire process, you have a constitutional right to remain silent. If you choose not to remain silent, anything that you say can be used against you. Everything that is being said where I am located, as well as where you are located, is being recorded. There's an assistant state attorney present listening to everything that is being said, so do not say anything about the crime itself. Please keep these rights in mind as we go through the process. Please step forward as your name is called.
For the record, Vanessa Baglini, Staff Interpreter.
Thank you.
Esta es su audiencia de primera comparecencia. La audiencia tiene solamente 4 propósitos. Primero, informarle sobre el cargo o cargos presentados en su contra. Segundo, preguntarle si ya le está representando un abogado. Si ya contrató uno y este se encuentra presente, entonces el abogado hablará en representación suya. Si su abogado no se encuentra, usted tendrá la opción de proceder con la audiencia de hoy o posponerla hasta mañana. Si usted decide posponer la audiencia, será su responsabilidad contactar al abogado para hacerle saber que tendrá una audiencia. Nadie más hará esto por usted. Si desea proceder sin que su abogado esté presente, lo podrá hacer. Si no tiene abogado, le preguntaré si puede pagar uno y de ser así, tomaremos nota de eso y procederemos. Si no puede pagar un abogado y califica, el juez le asignaría provisionalmente la oficina de abogados de oficio para que le representen en espera de que usted llene una solicitud para esos servicios. Usted tiene derecho a que un abogado esté presente antes y durante cualquier interrogatorio. Tercero, si hay alguna objeción en cuanto a motivo fundado, estas se abordarán inmediatamente. Finalmente, estaré revisando sus fianzas y otras condiciones de liberación con usted para determinar si es necesaria cualquier modificación. Debe saber que si el juez lo pone hoy bajo libertad condicional, independientemente de si es directamente o como condición de su fianza, las condiciones que se anuncien en esta audiencia hoy entran en efecto inmediatamente, aunque usted esté aún encarcelado. Durante todo este proceso, usted tiene el derecho constitucional de permanecer en silencio. Si decide no permanecer en silencio, todo lo que diga podrá ser usado en su contra. Todo lo que se diga donde yo me encuentro y donde usted se encuentra está siendo grabado. Está presente un abogado de la Fiscalía escuchando todo lo que se dice, así que no diga nada sobre el delito en sí. Por favor, recuerde sus derechos durante el transcurso de este proceso y pase al frente cuando se llame su nombre. Gracias. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Some of you are going to be placed on pretrial release. Please listen to these conditions.
Algunos de ustedes estarán en libertad condicional. Por favor, escuchen estas condiciones.
If you hear condition 16, it means you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives.
Si escuchan condición número 16, quiere decir que se le prohíbe usar, tener o portar cualquier clase de arma de fuego, pistolas, cualquier otra clase de arma, municiones o armas blancas.
If you hear condition 17, you are not to have any contact with the victim directly or indirectly.
Si escuchan condición número 17, quiere decir que se le prohíbe tener contacto y comunicación con la víctima directamente o indirectamente.
In person and writing by telephone, page, or fax.
Por persona, por escrito, por teléfono, por buscapersonas o fax.
Texting, email, social media, or through third persons.
Por texto, correo electrónico, redes sociales o mediante terceros.
You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times.
Debe mantenerse 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, la casa de la víctima, del vehículo de la víctima y lugar de empleo o de educación de la víctima en todo momento.
If you hear condition 18, you may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody.
Si escucha condición número 18, se le permitirá regresar a la residencia una vez solamente dentro de 48 horas de su liberación,
Accompanied by law enforcement to get your personal belongings.
acompañado por un oficial de la ley para recoger sus pertenencias personales.
Jose Caraballo Collado,
Caraballo Colado, José.
you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, and possession of cannabis resin.
Está aquí por un cargo de tenencia de parafernalia, tenencia de metanfetamina y tenencia de resina de cannabis.
Do you have an attorney, sir?
¿Ya
Yes.
tiene usted?
No,
¿Ya tiene usted un abogado, señor?
No.
No.
Would you like one?
¿Le gustaría
Yes.
uno?
Yes.
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 Do you need an interpreter or not?
Sí.
Okay, because
Yes.
you're answering before the interpreter is interpreting, and she didn't interpret what I just said.
Está contestando antes de que la intérprete interprete y ella no interpretó lo que yo acabo de decir.
Nothing?
Nada.
Bueno, ¿qué tengo que decir?
I'm sorry, what should I answer?
I'm asking if you actually need the interpreter because you don't seem to need it.
Sí, sí, necesito.
Okay, have a seat because you obviously understand everything I'm saying.
Tome asiento, obviamente entiende todo lo que he dicho.
All right, let's call Ernesto Fernandez. Sir, you're here on a charge of operating a vehicle with your driver's license suspended.
Señor, está aquí bajo un cargo de utilizar su vehículo con la licencia suspendida.
Do you have an attorney?
¿Ya tiene un abogado?
No.
No.
Would you like one?
¿Le gustaría tener un abogado?
Yes. Sí.
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
¿Está actualmente empleado?
Yes. Sí.
Yes.
How much are you making a week?
¿Cuánto gana por semana?
$500.
$500.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
El número de oficina de defensores públicos para que los representen.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause.
Ya revisé el affidavit. Existe motivo fundado.
You have a bond of $500.
Su fianza es de $500.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Edward Gamble.
Gracias. ¿Esto es todo?
Mr. Gamble, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia, possession of cocaine,
Señor Gamble está aquí por un cargo de tenencia de parafernalia, tenencia de cocaína
and a violation of probation for your prior charge of possession of methamphetamine.
y incumplimiento de probatoria por el cargo anterior
I
de
understand
tenencia
it.
de
I understand what you're saying.
Have a seat.
Gamble.
Have a seat. He doesn't need the interpreter.
I'll keep the gamble.
Vidian Rojas.
Rojas.
You're here on a charge of domestic violence battery by strangulation.
Está aquí por un cargo de violencia intrafamiliar mediante estrangulamiento.
Do you have an attorney?
¿Ya tiene usted un abogado?
Ahora mismo no hablo con nadie.
Not right now, I haven't spoken to anyone.
Okay, would you like one?
Bien, ¿le gustaría tener uno?
Sí.
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
¿Actualmente está empleado?
Sí.
Yes.
About how much are you making a week?
¿Cómo cuánto gana en una semana?
Depende de lo que trabaje. Yo trabajo por producción. Yo no trabajo por un salario básico.
Depends on how much I work. I work based on production, not a base salary.
Okay, well then you're gonna have to fill out the application because I don't know if you qualify for the public defender or not.
Bien, tendrá que rellenar la solicitud porque yo no sé si califica para un defensor público o no.
Yo puedo buscar uno.
Okay, I can find one.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause for the F3 version.
He revisado ya el affidavit anteriormente. Existe motivo fundado por la versión de delito grave en tercer grado.
You have a bond of $5,000.
Tiene una fianza de $5,000.
¿Me puede?
Stop talking.
Deje de hablar.
If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release.
Si podrá salir bajo fianza, estará en libertad previa al juicio.
You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday.
Debe reportarse el mismo día o la mañana después de su liberación y reportarse cada viernes.
In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16, 17, and 18.
Además de las condiciones estándar de libertad condicional, tiene condiciones 16, 17 y 18.
Did you have a question, sir?
¿Cuál es su
Sí.
pregunta, señor?
En las condiciones que están diciendo, ¿cómo se supone que voy a hacer eso si la mujer que supuestamente me puso la denuncia vive en mi casa?
So
Yo
regarding the
pago,
condition, permítame, señor. Regarding for the record, the interpreter stopped him. Regarding the conditions that you've discussed, how am I going to do those? Because the woman who supposedly pressed the charges lives in my house, and I'm also paying.
Okay, you're going to take that up with an attorney, sir. Thank you.
Tendrá que hablar con un abogado sobre eso, señor. Gracias.
All right, Eduardo Valdez. Sir, you're here on a charge of battery
Está aquí por un cargo de agresión física, señor.
and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Agresión agravada con arma mortal.
Do you have an attorney?
¿Ya tiene un abogado?
No,
No.
Would you like one?
¿Le gustaría uno?
sí,
Yes.
And are you currently employed?
¿Actualmente tiene trabajo?
sí,
Yes.
About how much are you making a week?
¿Cómo cuánto gana en una semana?
800.
800.
Do you have any dependents? Anyone you take care of?
¿Tiene usted personas que dependen de usted, a los que usted cuida?
Mi esposa, mi suegra y mi cuñado.
Wife, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
Le nombraré la oficina de defensores públicos para que los representen.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause.
Anteriormente revisé la affidavit. Existe motivo fundado.
You have a bond of $1,000 on the battery, $5,000 on the aggravated assault.
Su fianza es de $1,000 por la agresión física, $5,000 por la agresión agravada.
If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release.
Si puede pagar las fianzas, saldrá bajo libertad previa al juicio.
You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday.
Tendrá que reportarse el mismo día o la mañana después de su liberación y luego reportarse cada viernes.
In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16, 17, and 18.
Además de las condiciones estándar de libertad previa al juicio, tendrá condiciones 16, 17 y 18.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
¿Puedo preguntar?
May I ask a question?
Quickly.
Rápidamente.
El hijo mío se va a ir de la casa que es donde yo vivo, entonces yo podría regresar a mi casa.
My son is going to leave the house where I live, so then I could return to my house.
Okay, well, until that happens, you're not allowed to.
Hasta que eso ocurra, no se le permitirá.
All right, thank you.
Ok,
Gracias.
gracias.
Do we have the correct Edward Gamble now?
Mr. Daniel Bautista.
Sir, what's your name?
Diga su nombre, señor.
José Gamaliel Bautista.
José Gamaliel Bautista.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of driving while license suspended or revoked.
Está aquí por un cargo de conducir con la licencia suspendida o revocada.
Do you have an attorney?
Ya tiene un abogado, señor.
No.
Whoever's talking needs to stop.
Have a seat, man. Get up. Get up, man. Get up. Have a seat, man. Where you see that? Come on over there. You keep walking past all the people. Call your name. Come up. She just called my motherfucking name. But she said I have a correct
Hold on,
Edward
who
Gamble.
is that?
Okay,
Who
so
is
she
that
did
guy
say my
there?
name. Spanish, yeah.
Who is that?
That's Edward Gamble.
Okay, we're going to be having a conversation with Mr. Gamble. You bring him up here because he's going to be very quickly next, and we're going to be talking about contempt of court.
Se está atendiendo el caso del otro señor Gamo, quien será traído ante la juez para desacato al tribunal.
Mr. Jose Gamaliel,
Sí,
Señor José Gamaliel.
you're here on a charge of driving while license suspended or revoked.
Está aquí por un cargo de conducir con la licencia suspendida o revocada.
Do you have an attorney, sir?
¿Ya tiene usted un abogado, señor?
No.
No.
Would you like one?
¿Le gustaría tener uno?
Mm, no, no.
No.
Okay, if you change your mind at a later time, let the judge know.
Si cambia de parecer más adelante, avísele al juez.
Está
I
bien.
have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause for the M2 version.
Ya revisé la affidavit. Existe motivo fundado para la versión de delito menor en segundo grado, M2.
You have a bond of $500, sir.
Su fianza es de $500, señor.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right, who's this? Can I get your name, sir?
Señor, diga su nombre, por favor.
Arcadio Martínez Matías.
Martínez Matías Ricardo.
Arcadio.
Arcadio. Pardon me, Arcadio.
Sir, you're here on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Está aquí por un cargo de agresión agravada con arma mortal.
Tampering with a
Ah, no,
witness.
no.
Manipular a un testigo.
False ID to law enforcement.
Identificación falsa a un oficial de la ley.
Possession of paraphernalia.
Tenencia de parafernalia.
Possession of methamphetamine.
Tenencia de metanfetamina.
Domestic violence battery.
Agresión física, violencia intrafamiliar.
And written or electric threat to kill or do bodily harm.
Y amenaza escrita. I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was that charge again?
It was written or electronic threat to kill or do bodily harm.
Amenaza escrita o electrónica de matar o ocasionar daño físico.
Do you have an attorney, sir?
Señor, ¿tiene usted un abogado?
No.
No.
Would you like one?
¿Le gustaría uno?
Sí.
Yes.
And are you currently employed?
¿Actualmente está usted empleado?
Trabajo algunos días.
I work some days.
About how much do you make a week?
¿Cómo cuánto gana en una semana?
Se puede decir 500 o 600.
Could say about 500 or 600.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
Nombraré la oficina de defensores públicos para que los representen.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause.
Anteriormente revisé la affidavit. Existe motivo fundado.
Charge of aggravated assault, you have a bond of $5,000.
Por el cargo de agresión agravada, la fianza es de $5,000.
Tampering with a witness, $5,000.
Manipular a un testigo, $5,000.
False ID to law enforcement, $1,000.
Identificación falsa oficial de la ley, $1,000.
Paraphernalia, $1,000.
Parafernalia, $1,000.
Possession of methamphetamine, $5,000.
Tenencia de metanfetamina, $5,000.
Domestic violence battery, $5,000.
Violencia doméstica, agresión física, $5,000.
And written threats, $15,000.
Amenazas escritas, $15,000.
If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release.
Si puede salir bajo fianza, estará bajo libertad condicional.
You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday.
Debe reportarse el mismo día o la mañana siguiente de su liberación y reportarse cada viernes.
In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16, 17, and 18.
Además de las condiciones estándar de libertad condicional, tiene condición 16, 17 y 18.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
¿Puedo hacer una pregunta?
May I ask a question?
Very quickly.
Muy rápidamente.
La esposa, mi esposa, dijo que hoy sí iba a salir, hoy es viernes, que hoy sí iba a salir de mi casa, porque ella viene en mi casa.
Permítame. The woman who was my wife said that Friday, which is today, that she's going to leave my house because she resides in my house.
Okay, well, while she's there, you can't be.
Bueno, mientras ella esté allí, usted no puede estar allí.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Gracias, señor.
All right, Ms. Faglini, I believe that's it for the Spanish people.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I make an announcement?
You may.
Si alguien más necesitará asistencia en español, levante su mano ahora, por favor. Hearing none, may the interpreter be excused.
Yes, you may. He's the same one.
She do.
No, you can be excused. He understood everything I said. He could sit down and wait till the end.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Eunice Stewart, Curl Interpreters present.
Thank you so much. We have Nelson Benoit.
Nelson Benoit,
Sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery.
Monsieur Oula, d'un charge de violence domestique ou t'es attaqué.
You have an attorney?
Est-ce qu'on a un avocat?
Non?
No.
Would you like one?
T'as un une?
Oui?
Yes.
And are you currently employed?
Est-ce que tu travailles pour nous?
Yes, on travaille, oui.
Yes, I'm working.
About how much do you make a week?
Combien vous touchez par semaine à peu près?
Pas touché par semaine, non, touché par quinzaine.
I don't get paid weekly. I get paid on the 15th.
Once a month?
Une fois par mois?
Yeah, 2 fois par mois.
Yeah, 2 times a month.
Twice a month. How much do you get paid when you do get paid?
2 fois par mois. Combien vous touchez, là vous touchez?
1200 ou bien 1300.
1,200 or 1,300.
Do you have any dependents?
Vous avez aucun dépendant?
Pour arriver à moi?
Can you repeat for me?
Do you have any dependents, anyone you take care of?
Est-ce que vous avez aucun dépendant, aucun monde nous prend soin?
So, non, je vivre avec ménagement.
So, no, I'm living with my girlfriend.
Okay, I'm going to provisionally appoint the public defender. You're going to have to fill out the application.
Je vais appointer avocat public là et faut que en provisionnel pour remplir l'application.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause.
J'ai révisé l'affidavit là et m'ai joué une cause probable.
You have a bond of $1,000.
J'ai une caution de $1,000.
If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release.
Si que vous avez payé pour sortir, payer caution, ou vous pouvez mettre sous condition relâché avant jugement.
You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday.
Il faut rapporter premier jour après au fin lagué, il faut rapporter chaque vendredi.
In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16 and 17.
Les conditions pour relâcher avant jugement, gain condition.
That is that you are not to possess or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives.
Ça veut dire que vous ne pouvez pas posséder ni porter aucun zam pour tirer, aucune balle ni couteau.
And you are to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly.
Vous ne pouvez avoir aucun contact avec victime non, directement ou soit indirectement.
In person and writing by telephone, page, or fax.
En personne, par écrit, téléphone, page ou bien taxe.
Texting, email, social media, or through third persons.
Vous voyez texte, email, non troisième personne.
You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times.
Pour vous rester 500 pieds de victime, non, la caille, machine, travail, l'école, toutes les.
You may return to the home.
Et vous capable de retourner dans caille là?
All right, thank you.
OK, merci.
Andrea.
So, question, hein? Vos questions.
Répétez. I have a question.
Quickly.
So, combien de moi qui est qui moi capable pour me sortir et est-ce que si vous t'a permettre moi, vous t'a demandé me kounya, est-ce que t'a permettre moi me téléphone moi pour me faire un appel sur mon bill?
So the money that they're asking me to pay, can I pay it right now to get out? Or if they are allowing me, can I go and get my phone to go call so I can pay it?
Sir, those are rules from the sheriff's office. I have nothing to do with that. Thank you.
Monsieur, ça c'est règle, non, mais office sheriff là, m'pa gen rien pour me faire avec ça.
Okay.
Andrea Marsai.
Merci.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery.
Andrea Massai, Madame Oula, de violence domestique ou t'es attaqué.
Do you have an attorney?
Est-ce que vous avez un avocat?
No.
No.
Would you like one?
Vous avez une?
Oui.
Yes.
And are you currently employed?
Est-ce que vous travaillez pour nous?
Oui.
Yes.
How much are you making a week?
Combien vous touchez dans une semaine?
500, 600.
500, 600.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
Voilà, appointer avocat public pour représenter vous.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause.
M'te révisé affidavit là, et m'te joint cause probable.
You have a bond of $1,000.
Bon caution de $1,000.
If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release.
Si que ou ka paye caution, you pral mette yo sous condition relâché avant jugement.
You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday.
Pour rapporter joie et le matin après yo fin la guerre et rapporter chaque vendredi.
In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release,
Et en addition de conditions pour relâcher avant jugement,
you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives.
pas de porter, utiliser zam pour tirer, balle, ou soit couteau.
You're to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly.
Pas de gen aucun contact avec victime nan, directement ou soit indirectement.
In person and writing by telephone, pager, or fax.
En personne, par écrit, par téléphone ou soit fax.
Texting, email, social media, or through third persons.
Pour texting ou soit email ou bien réseau social ou en personne.
You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times.
Donc, ou ete 500 pieds de victime nan, la kay li, machine li, travail li, l'école li, tout le.
You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement.
Ou kapab retourner la kay la, yon seul fois après 48 heures de temps yon la yo, accompagné par officier l'État
To get your personal belongings.
pour prendre bagay personnel ou.
Thank you, ma'am.
Merci, madame.
Would you mind doing an announcement for me?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Est-ce que gen lot moun ki bezwen ou interprète en créole? Si oui, di oui, ou soit levé main.
I don't see anybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to address Mr. Edward Gamble now. Mr. Gamble, I'm not quite sure
Yes, ma'am.
where you think you are, but you are in a court of law right now. Your
No, I
behavior,
just-
no, you don't talk when I'm talking.
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
behavior is unacceptable. You cursing and screaming so loud that I can hear it when you're in the very back of that room is a disruption to this court. And I would like to know why I shouldn't hold you in contempt of court and potentially sentence you up to 179 days in jail.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I thought you called my name. That's why I came up here, and I heard it twice. That's why I came up. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Okay,
I didn't
you
know
coming
it.
up has nothing to do with your behavior. Your
Yes,
behavior
ma'am.
is sitting on the floor, of acting out when these bailiffs are trying to get you people through here, and then you cursing out loud, so loud I could hear it up here. What is your
Yes,
excuse
ma'am.
for that behavior?
I have no excuse for it, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Right, you don't have any excuse. Now you get to be the very last person I call, and I'm going to consider whether or not I'm going to hold you in contempt for that behavior. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do I have private attorneys on the line?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I can only take one at a time, so I don't have your names popped up, so,
You mind if I go first? My name is Attorney Daryl Mitchell,
okay.
and I
Who are you here for?
for Don Wayne Wise Jr.
Okay, Don Wayne Wise.
Yes, Judge, and it's sort of a peculiar situation. My client was late to court, was held by 45 minutes. He was supposed to be in court at by 8 o'clock. He didn't make it. We were to be there so that he could take a plea yesterday. And nevertheless, he arrived late, and the judge issued a warrant or a capias for him. And I'm just asking the court to either allow him to be released on his own recognizance so he can get back to work, or to accept his plea offer, which was what we were going to resolve the case with yesterday.
Okay, I'm not going to do either of those. Court starts at 8 o'clock. It's very clearly stated it starts at 8 o'clock. The fact that you show up 45 minutes late is disrespectful to the court and puts everybody else in that situation waiting. We have jurors, we have bailiffs, we have clerks, we have attorneys, and that's the reason you're told to be there at 8. So you are here on a failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Gibson. I have previously reviewed that capias. There is probable cause. At this time, you are being held no bond. There is a 5-day hearing scheduled. It is scheduled for June the 1st, and that will be at 8:30 in the morning. At that time, you can address the court and enter a plea if you would like to do so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. All right, our next attorney.
Good morning, Your Honor. Afternoon, I'm sorry. Terry Jones on behalf of Mr. Ryan Weecall, Your Honor. And I'm covering for Attorney Dion West.
I'll ask to be heard on this one as well, Judge.
What's the last? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Ryan Weecall, okay?
Yes,
And sir, are you aware of what you're being charged with today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And are you representing him for the duration of the case or for today only?
Mr. West said for today only, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Weecall, right now, the attorney's only representing you for today only. Would you like to find out if you qualify for the public defender, or is it your intent to hire him for the duration of the case?
I'm going to hire, Your Honor, my
Okay.
private attorney.
Okay, all right. All right, so do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or the attorney?
I do, Your Honor, according with the notes of Mr. West, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm sorry?
Yes, Your Honor, I do, according to the notes that Mr. West left me. I'll just be reading some brief excerpts from his notes, Your Honor, really brief.
Okay.
Okay, Your Honor, Mr. West has informed me that his client was arrested because his address was allegedly out of compliance. That's not the information that this client presented to him. He was living next to a school that was apparently abandoned. He had been there with the entire time with that address registered with the Sheriff's Department. It was not until May 1st when a new park was built that his client was made aware that he was in violation of the statute with compliance as far as registering his address. And Mr. West claims that he has evidence of that. He filed some type of declaratory relief to get some kind of explanation from supervision as to where Mr. Weecall can live, Your Honor, and he's asking for a bond in this matter.
Okay, state.
Your Honor, well, to begin with, he's entitled to a bond on these charges. With regard to the defendants saying he didn't do it, with all due respect, today is not the day to settle that. Also, with all due respect, the charges here, since the matter's brought up, is failure to register. I don't see the charge on the docket of violating a halo or something like that. Those may be filed in the future. I don't know. But in reading the affidavit and the great amount of detail that is provided, state's position is probable cause is stated for each of these 7 counts for the court. The state will respectfully ask the court to find probable cause for each of these counts because of the nature of the allegations and the allegations of difficulty in keeping track of where the defendant actually is or actually is staying. The state is requesting a GPS monitor, not requesting house arrest, just that we all be able to know exactly where he is at all times, at least until further proceedings. Thank you.
Okay, I have reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 on the witness making false written declaration. As to the other 6 counts, you have a bond of $10,000 per count. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of and morning after your release and report every day. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you will be placed on a GPS monitoring device. You will remain incarcerated until such device is available to be fitted. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do I have any other private attorneys on the line? Okay. And let's start with, excuse me?
Ira Carmelin.
Okay, and who do you have?
Nashua Gonzalez.
Is that an add-on? I don't.
I don't have a Gonzalez and I don't have a Nashua.
Okay.
Could it perhaps be under a different name?
Not that I know of yet, where Ms. Barone covered and somehow a warrant was issued and a friend of hers called and said she's in jail and some of the first appearances this afternoon, which is why I signed on.
You don't have that, do you?
I see it in the in folder, but I don't see it in general, like it's not on my list.
Okay, so they must not have made the list because it's not on our list and we don't have paperwork on it.
I called.
You're breaking up, Mr. Carmelin. I can't hear you.
I hope this will be better. I don't know if you remember the case from yesterday with.
Well, sir, it's not on my docket. I can't address the case. It's not here.
I understand. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other private attorneys on the line?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Lauren Rice on behalf of statewide prosecution. I just have one case. I'm not sure if it's on the docket. Mr. Jordan Castillo, CF 5062. He was being transported.
Is the last name CAS?
Yes.
I do not have that on my docket.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, let's start with William Kraft. All right, sir, you're here on a charge of burglary of an occupied structure or conveyance and domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's your attorney, sir?
My wife got one. I don't know who she got.
Okay, do you want to proceed today without your attorney present, or do you want to try to locate them and come back tomorrow?
We can go ahead and proceed, ma'am.
Okay, I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $10,000 on the burglary of an occupied structure, $5,000 on domestic violence battery. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16 and 17, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Jalen Edgo.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you're here on add-on charges of 2 counts of aggravated assault on law enforcement and 2 counts of resisting officer with violence. Do you have an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's your attorney?
I don't know her name. My mama got it for me.
Okay, well, do you want to proceed today without that attorney, or do you want to try to find out who that is, contact them and come back tomorrow?
We could proceed.
Okay. I have
Yes, ma'am.
previously reviewed the affidavit. State, I do find probable cause for the 2 counts of aggravated assault. I do not find probable cause for the resisting officer with violence. I didn't see anywhere in there that there was actual contact made.
Your Honor, I made a note that I may not have had all the information. This does seem like the kind of situation where more information would be available. I recognize this is Friday, and so I will not be the ASA tomorrow. But because of the surrounding circumstances, I would ask for 24 hours to attempt to perfect.
Okay. So as to the 2 counts of resisting officer with violence, at this time, I do not find probable cause, but the state is asking for 24 hours, which they are entitled to. So we're going to bring you back tomorrow on those 2 counts to see if they can provide any additional information.
Yes,
I do
ma'am.
find probable cause for the 2 counts of aggravated assault on law enforcement officer, and you have a bond of $15,000 per count on that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Michael Evans.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of resisting officer without violence, possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, 4th driving
Ma'am?
under the influence, and refusal to submit to a breath alcohol test. Do you have an attorney?
I couldn't hear you.
You're here on a charge of resisting officer without violence, possession of methamphetamine, possession of paraphernalia, 4th DUI, and refusal to submit to a breathalyzer. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Would you like one?
Yes. I mean,
And
what
are
you
you
say?
employed?
Methane. I don't do methane,
Are you employed?
ma'am.
Do you have a job?
I'm disabled.
Okay, is that all you have, is just your disability?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have
I
previously
didn't,
reviewed the
I've
affidavit.
never
Sir,
done
don't
those.
talk when I'm talking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I have reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the resisting, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the methamphetamine, $5,000 on the DUI, $1,000 on the refusal to submit to a breathalyzer. You're currently also out on bond in CF 261637. At this time, I'm revoking your bond and holding you no bond Parker v. State. Now, did you have something to say?
Yes, ma'am. I've never done no methamphetamines or whatever
Okay,
that
sir,
is.
the charge isn't doing methamphetamine, it's possession of it.
Possession of it?
Yes, so thank you. Henry Fields?
No.
Mr. Fields, you're here on a charge of domestic violence, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, domestic violence battery causing bodily harm, and tampering with a witness. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Would you like one?
Yes.
And are you currently employed?
No.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 per count. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16, 17, and 18, sir. Thank you. Paul Holmes?
Paul Holmes will be at the courthouse.
He is. He's right here. Mr. Holmes, you're here on a fugitive from justice out of Kentucky. Do you have an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's your attorney?
I don't know his name for sure.
Is it a private attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you want to proceed today without them, or do you want to come back tomorrow and try to get in touch with them?
Well, I guess I can proceed, but it don't matter.
It's not really going to change anything.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead then.
All right, so I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You are being held no bond. You have a fugitive hearing scheduled for June the 8th at 8:29, and that's where your attorney will be there, and they'll go over whether or not they're going to extradite you or what you're going to do, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. We have Luis Roberto Morales. I believe he was combative, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if this is his first time defense, or?
Well, yesterday, what's the name again?
He was here yesterday. He was on the docket yesterday.
He was?
Yes, he was. And it was, they were indicating that there was some behavior issue or something, so
All right.
he was brought back today.
And he's not here again today because he has behavioral issues again. Do you want to proceed without him, or do you want to try to bring him back again tomorrow?
No, we can go ahead and proceed without him. I want to see if there's actually going to be a bond set.
Well, he has the absolute right to be present, but he has chosen not to be present, so we are going to proceed in his absence. He's here on a charge of unarmed burglary of an occupied dwelling, grand theft, and resisting officer without violence. I'm going to provisionally appoint the public defender to represent him in his absence. I have previously reviewed the affidavits. I do find probable cause. He has a bond of, state, you want to be heard?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. With regard to the burglary of an occupied dwelling, burglary of a dwelling is an enumerated dangerous offense. In reviewing this case, Judge, I am filing a motion for pretrial detention on that count, providing a hard copy of the motion to appointing counsel. May I approach?
Okay.
Respectfully request the court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond until a hearing on this motion, which should be set next Thursday at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. Thank you.
That is June 4th, right?
I believe so. If I can do math in my head, I would have been a judge.
Okay, I have reviewed the motion for pretrial detention. It is facially and legally sufficient. So as to the charge of unarmed burglary, he will be held no bond. Grand theft, he has a bond of $5,000, and resisting officer without violence, he has a bond of $2,500. All right. Yes. All right, we have Thaddeus Morgan.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you are here on a failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Patey for your charge of battery. Let's see, do you have an attorney?
Miss, I've already been to first appearance for the charge,
When did you go to first appearance on this?
like 11 days ago.
Okay, well, they just served it yesterday, so I'm not sure how you could have gone 11 days ago. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Would you like one?
yes,
All right, and are you currently employed?
no ma'am.
All right, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the capias. There is probable cause. At this time, you're being held no bond. You have a 5-day hearing that's scheduled for June the 2nd in front of Judge Grove for him to determine if he's going to give you a bond or not. Thank you.
But this is just the original case, right? It's what I come to jail for originally, right?
I don't know what this case is. I don't know how many cases you have, sir. All right, Victor Rivera.
Yes, Your Honor.
Rivera, you're here on 2 counts of simple assault and a violation of probation for your prior charge of battery. Do you have an attorney?
I don't have an attorney, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, I would like one, Your Honor.
And are you currently employed?
I'm not. I'm receiving disability that's paying for the group home.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. As to each of the assault cases, you have a bond of $1,000 each. As to the violation of probation, you're being held no bond, sir. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Robert Vogue, was he also combative?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know if this is the first day or second?
On Bose, this would be the first day, Your Honor.
All right.
What was the name? I'm sorry.
Last name is Vogue, V-O-G-E. Do you want to try to bring him back tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll try to bring Mr. Vogue back tomorrow.
Thank you.
Dustin Wilson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, are you aware of the 2 charges that you're here for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you change your mind at a later time, let the judge know.
Thank you.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the first charge and $5,000 on the second charge. All right, thank you, sir.
Yes,
All right, anybody else? That's it at South County?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, have a good day. All right, we have. Keelani Batista.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you were here on violation of probation for your prior charges of 4 counts of trespass and 4 counts of grand theft. It looks like these are just add-on charge. It's not really add-on charges. It's like a correction to the warrant, okay? Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am. I was here yesterday. I asked for the public defender.
Okay. It does look like they are appointed to these cases. I
Okay.
have reviewed the warrant. There is still probable cause and you are still being held no bond, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Here, thank you.
Latoya Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Brown, you're here on a charge of resisting officer without violence, fleeing or attempting to elude, and knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
No, ma'am.
If you change your mind at a later time, let the judge know, okay?
Okay.
All right, I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the resisting, $5,000 on the fleeing, and $500 on the driving while license suspended or revoked, ma'am. All right, thank you. Nicole Brown?
Yes.
Ma'am, you're here on a failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Flynn on your charge of petty theft. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Would you like one?
Yes.
And are you currently employed?
No.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $500, ma'am, okay? Thank you. Tasha Berto?
I'll ask you heard on this one, Judge.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of use or display of firearm during a felony, possession of paraphernalia, possession of MDMA, armed trafficking and fentanyl, and possession of a vehicle or structure known to traffic drugs. Do you have an attorney?
No, but I want to get one.
Okay, you're going to hire your own?
Let me try. Yes.
Okay, if it doesn't work out, just let the judge know your next court date, okay? All right, I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. State you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, with regard to the count of armed trafficking in fentanyl, that is a life felony. The accused is not entitled to a bond on a life felony. The state is asking the court to hold the accused no bond on that count until further proceedings. If the court is not so inclined, then the state will respectfully announce a motion for pretrial detention and ask for 24 hours to file it. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, your bonds are as follows: use or display of firearm during a felony, $15,000; paraphernalia, $1,000; possession of MDMA, $5,000; armed trafficking, no bond; possession of a vehicle or structure known to traffic drugs, $15,000. Thank you, ma'am. Stacy Campos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, you're here on a charge of destroy, tamper, or fabricate with physical evidence, possession of paraphernalia, and trafficking in amphetamine or methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. State.
Judge, with regard to the trafficking and amphetamine count, state is filing a motion for pretrial detention. Providing a hard copy to appointed counsel. May I approach?
You may.
Respectfully request the court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond, pending a hearing on this motion to be held next Thursday at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. Thank you.
I have reviewed the motion for pretrial detention. It is facially and legally sufficient. At this time, you have a bond of $5,000 on the tamper with physical evidence, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, and you will be held no bond on the trafficking charge. Thank you, ma'am. Alima Carolero?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of possession of cannabis, driving while license suspended or revoked, possession of paraphernalia, possession of cocaine, and possession of fentanyl. Do you have an attorney?
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. This is the first time. They said that I had possession, but I had nothing on me. Like nothing. The bags had no residue, no nothing.
Okay, that's a question for an attorney, ma'am. Do you have an attorney?
No, I would like one.
All right, are you currently employed?
Yes.
About how much do you make a week?
450 to 500.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the cannabis, $500 on the driving while license suspended or revoked, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the cocaine, and $5,000 on the fentanyl. Thank you. Jessica David?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ma'am, you're here on violation of probation for prior charges of fleeing or attempting to elude and possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, please.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. At this time, you're being held no bond, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dawn Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of possession of methamphetamine and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia and $5,000 on the methamphetamine, ma'am. Thank you. LaJonda Lloyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia, possession of cocaine, and possession of fentanyl. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the cocaine, and $5,000 on the fentanyl. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sanisha McKinnon?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of possession of cannabis, possession of paraphernalia, and tampering with physical evidence. Do you
Yes,
have an
ma'am.
attorney?
No, ma'am. And I'm gonna hire my own.
Okay, if that doesn't work out, just let the judge know at your next court date, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the cannabis, $5,000 on the tampering with physical evidence, and $1,000 on the paraphernalia.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Tiffany Morrison?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge, an add-on charge of selling of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $30,000, ma'am. Thank you. And we had Normandia Milagros. Is she still in medical?
Yes, ma'am, she's still there.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss her. Tiffany Palmer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of possession of ammunition or a weapon by a convicted felon, and then violation of probation for possession of fentanyl and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. State, I don't find probable cause for anything. The charges that she was in possession of this, she wasn't even there.
Wasn't even
She was
there.
at a separate location when this was located.
Yeah, just a moment, Judge.
Okay. She made an admission supposedly via phone that it was hers, but she wasn't,
But I never even seen it.
ma'am, hold on, she wasn't even at the location when it occurred.
Okay, just have one moment, Judge.
Not a problem.
Judge, I appreciate the court's giving me a moment. In reviewing the affidavit, it appears the factual presentation is very complete. So I don't think 24 hours would provide more information.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that. All right, at this time, I find no probable cause for any of the charges, and you are ROR'd. Now, Ms. Palmer? I just want to warn you, just because I don't find probable cause, that doesn't mean the state won't pick it up, okay? So just
Yes, ma'am.
keep an eye out for anything in the mail, but as of today, you are free to go.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Minerva Perrin? Ma'am, are you Ms. Perrin?
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make sure. Ma'am, you're here on a violation of probation for your prior charge of failing to redeliver a hired vehicle. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, please.
And are you currently employed?
I'm sorry, what is it?
Are you currently employed?
No.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the warrant. There is probable cause, and at this time, you are being held no bond, ma'am. All right, thank you. Ivelisse Kielis?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge, an add-on charge of petty theft and uttering a false instrument. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 on the petty theft and $15,000 on the uttering false instrument. Thank you. Janesse Ray?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're here on 2 counts of battery and 1 count of resisting officer without violence. Do you have an attorney?
I keep getting passed off. I'd need one.
Okay, and are you currently employed?
Yes.
About how much do you make a week?
About 1,200 bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly? Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $2,500 on each of the battery cases, $1,000 on the resisting officer without violence. I also see that you're currently out on pretrial release in NM 261038. At this time, I'm revoking that and holding you no bond, Parker v. State.
1038.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Kelly Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Like one?
Yes.
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
How much do you make a week?
About 450.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. This time, I'm releasing you straight pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you may have contact with the victim, but you may not be physically or verbally threatening, violent, or abusive in any manner. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Nia Schultz.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge. You're here on a warrant from F-Corps, Florida Commission on Offender Review.
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
previously reviewed that. There is probable cause. At this time, you're being held no bond. I wish I could give you a time when they're going to get you, but they kind of get you whenever they get you, okay?
What do I have a warrant for? Because I spoke to my PO, my conditional release officer, that morning, yesterday morning, and she told me that she was going to do a checkup. So by 1 o'clock, I had an interview at 1 o'clock, and she said that she'll be there around.
Do you want me to answer the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Your probation officer has nothing to do with this. The Florida Commission on Offender Review has issued the warrant.
So what is this? I don't know what that is.
You're above your probation officer.
So what is this? I don't know, understand what it is.
It's a warrant that they said that they want you back. Jennifer Summers?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you are here on a failure to appear capious issued by the Honorable Judge Flynn for your charge of driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, I'll hire one, but,
Okay.
okay, I'm sorry.
All right, you're going to hire your own?
Yes, ma'am.
I have previously reviewed the capias. There is probable cause, and at this time, you have a bond of $1,000, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Desenia Victor?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, please.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
How much are you making a week?
750 to 800.
And do you have any dependents?
Yes, ma'am. I have a 10-month-old daughter.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. At this time, you're going to be released straight pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16 and 17.
Okay. The only question I have is where my sister resides, that's my babysitter's house. Can I at least drop my baby off and pick her up?
Nope.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
February Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're here on a fugitive from justice out of West Virginia. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause, and at this time, you're being held no bond. Your fugitive hearing is set for June the 8th at 8:29 to determine whether they're going to extradite you or what's going to happen, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Orenthal Adams?
Oh.
Bonded. He bonded, thank you. James Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we heard on this one.
Okay. Sir, you're here on a charge of destroy, tamper, or fabricate with physical evidence, possession of paraphernalia, and trafficking in amphetamine or methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. State, you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. With regard to the trafficking in amphetamine, the state is filing a motion for pretrial detention and providing a hard copy to appointed counsel. May I approach? Respectfully request the court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond on that count until a hearing on this motion, which should be set next Thursday at 1 o'clock on the A2 docket. Thank you.
I have reviewed the motion for pretrial detention. It is facially and legally sufficient. At this time, sir, you have a bond of $5,000 on the tampering with physical evidence, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, and you will be held no bond on the trafficking charge with that hearing to be held next week. All right, thank you, sir.
Ma'am.
Amy Amerson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. Are you aware of the two charges that you're here for
Yes.
today?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have an attorney?
I already been appointed in the public defender's office.
You need someone from the public defender's office?
Already been appointed to the public defender's office.
Okay. Well, I'm not showing that right now, so let me just ask you a quick question. Are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much are you making a week?
About $1,000 a week.
A week? Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have any dependents?
No, ma'am.
Then you don't qualify for the public defender, sir. So if you're making $1,000 a week and no dependents, you're gonna have to hire an attorney.
Okay.
Okay, I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 per count. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every day. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you will be placed on a GPS monitoring device. You will remain incarcerated until that device is available to be fitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Christopher Varela.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of attaching unassigned tag, unregistered motor vehicle, and driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $500 per count, sir. Thank you. David Belford.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much are you making a week?
I made like 1,500
Is
bi-weekly.
that every other week?
Yes, every day.
Okay, and do you have any dependents, anyone you take care of?
No, ma'am.
It's just you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're not going to qualify for the public defender, so you're going to have to hire an attorney, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. At this time, I'm going to release you straight pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to, you can have contact with the victim, but you cannot be physically or verbally threatening, violent, or abusive in any manner, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you. Omar Bunting.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Sir, you're here on a charge of driving under the influence. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you change your mind at a later time, let the judge know. I have
Okay.
previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to possess or consume alcohol or enter any bars or lounges, and you will be subject to random urinalysis and breathalyzers. All right, thank you.
Say again?
I said thank you.
What?
Eric Clardy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you're here on charge of grand theft and then violation of probation for your prior 2 counts of aggravated battery. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much are you making a week?
About 400.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 on the grand theft, and you're currently being held no bond on the violation of probation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hakeem Copeland. All right, sir, you're here on a fugitive from justice out of Pennsylvania. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Would you like one?
No, why would I need an attorney?
I'm just asking if you want one.
No.
Okay. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You will be held no bond. You have a fugitive hearing scheduled for June the 8th at 8:29, where they're going to determine if they're going to extradite you, okay?
So I actually talked to them earlier today and my warrant was lifted.
Well, they haven't told me that, so thank you. Charveris Cottingham?
Your Honor, I would like to apply fruit of the poisonous tree and also ask that you please carefully note the date and also note the wording of this because there's no
Sir,
possible
you're
way.
here on a charge of trespass on posted law enforcement property. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am, but I'm not guilty of this and I really would like to start my job Monday.
Want an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have the public defender maybe in some different cases?
I am incompetent to stand trial, and I will have Frank Salazano, and that's why I would not be in a place to do any type of trespassing. This is not right. I would really like you to please.
Defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000, sir. Thank you.
That was my job.
James Kraft.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery with a prior conviction. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am. Social Security disability.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16, 17, and 18, sir. Thank you. Vincent Crawford. All right, sir, you're here on a charge of possession of cannabis, resisting officer without violence, and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 per count, sir. All right, thank you. Keith Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery with a prior conviction. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16, 17, and 18, sir.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Anthony Dorsey.
How you doing?
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of driving under the influence, refusal to submit to a breath alcohol test, threaten death or harm to a law enforcement officer, and resisting officer with violence. Do you have an attorney, sir?
I'm gonna get one.
You're going to hire a private?
Yes, I don't live here. I have to get one in Philadelphia.
All right, I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the DUI, $1,000 on the refusal, $1,000 on the threat of death or harm to law enforcement, $5,000 on resisting with violence. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to possess or consume alcohol or enter any bars or lounges, and you will be subject to random breath tests. All right, thank you, sir. Jeffrey Duval.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of resisting officer without violence and trespass. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the resisting and $500 on the trespass, sir. Thank you. Justin Edwards.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, unarmed. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $10,000, sir. Thank you. LaRon February.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have
Yeah.
an attorney?
No.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are you currently employed?
I'm on disability, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16 and 17, sir. All right, thank you.
And what are those conditions, ma'am?
Well, if you were listening at the beginning when I told you all the conditions, you would know what they are, sir. So you're going to
I
have
was-
to read them when you get your paperwork.
Okay.
Stephen Ferdinand.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are here on a charge of alter public record certificate, utter false instrument, dealing in stolen property, and possess a forged motor vehicle registration bill of sale. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 on the alter public record certificate, $5,000 on utter false instrument, $5,000 on possess forged motor vehicle registration, and $15,000 in dealing in stolen property. Thank you, sir. Abelardo Flores.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I believe you're a bring back. Were you here yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I believe you're a bring back to determine probable cause on the sole charge of
Yes, ma'am.
possession of paraphernalia. I don't see a new affidavit.
I did not receive one, so I did not have one to provide to the court or to counsel.
Okay. So at this time, I find no probable cause, and you'll be RO'd on this count, sir, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Adrian Goldwire?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
Just disability.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16 and 17, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Wesley Harris.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Gibson for your charge of refusal to submit to DUI testing and driving under the influence. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm showing you have a private attorney. Do you not have them anymore?
No.
Okay. Is that a recent thing where you
Well,
terminated that?
I will find out when I get out because I was late to that court date, which was yesterday.
Oh, well, they should still be your attorney. So do you want to proceed without them, or do you want to try to get in touch with them and come back tomorrow?
No, I proceed.
Okay, all right. I have previously reviewed the capias. There is probable cause. At this time, you're being held no bond. You do have a hearing scheduled for June the 1st at 8:30 in front of Judge Grove. No, that one's,
This one's Gibson.
this one is Gibson. Okay, in front of Judge Gibson for her to determine if she will give you a bond, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. It's hard to keep track with everyone covering it.
M6 going.
William Heckathorn?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a violation of probation. Looks like out of Charlotte County.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have, that's not anything. How many times have you been to court on this?
I was just here last Friday.
Okay, so last Friday, they basically told you that you were here on this violation. They were going to bring you back if you were still here?
Deborah was on the record.
don't.
Yes, that's correct. I was in court last Friday and I remember Mr. Heckathorn.
Okay, do we know if there's anything other than this?
It's just this that we can see.
When did he resolve his charges? Because this is from, looks like last Friday saying we'll notify you when.
Doesn't look like he's been to arraignment yet.
Okay, so he must have posted bond. Did you post bond on your local charge, the new charge you got?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And you did that before last Friday?
Looks like he's not been.
No, it was done after Friday. I'm not sure when, Saturday or Monday.
Okay.
looks like he hasn't been brought to court on this yet, the VOP for the DUI. So I don't know what last Friday was, but.
Last Friday was that new charge in this?
The one was the DUI.
Okay, so it looks like last Friday, he came to first appearance on the new charge. Okay. Okay, well, Mr. Hagethorn, it looks like you bonded out on the new charge after that time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a bring back date of next Friday with a note on here that if you are still in our custody by next Friday, you're to be ROR'd, okay?
Okay, yes.
So Charlotte
Thank you.
County has until next Friday to pick you up. If you're still here, you're going to be released.
Okay, thank you.
And that'll be June 5th, correct? Thank you.
Yes, it will be June 5th. All right. Thank you. Okay, Raymond Hernandez.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of scheme to defraud over $50,000. Do you have an attorney?
No, I need to hire one.
Are you going to hire private counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. At this time, you have a bond of $30,000, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Horton.
Yes.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney?
No, I don't.
Would you like one?
Yes.
And are you currently employed?
No, I'm not employed.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia and $5,000 on the methamphetamine, sir. Thank you. Demetrius Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you were here, you were here on a charge of selling cannabis within 1,000 feet of a church, possession of cannabis, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of a harmful new legend drug without a prescription. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $15,000 on the selling of cannabis within 1,000 feet of a church, $1,000 on possession of cannabis, $1,000 on paraphernalia, and $500 on possession of a harmful new legend drug. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
David Lawson.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of aggravated battery on a person using a deadly weapon, domestic violence battery with a prior conviction, and written or electronic threat to kill or do bodily harm to another. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $15,000 on the aggravated battery, $5,000 on the domestic violence battery, $15,000 on the written threat to kill or do bodily harm. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every day. In addition
Thank
to
you.
the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16, 17, and you will be placed on a GPS monitoring device with house arrest conditions. You may leave your house to go to court, attorney appointments, medical appointments, and work only. You will remain incarcerated until that device is available to be fitted.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Dwight Lewis.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are here on an Osceola County child support writ of bodily attachment. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a purge amount of $2,500. If you can purge out, you can do so. If not, we're going to bring you back to court on June the 5th. If you're still here because they haven't picked you up, you're probably going to be released on that day, okay?
The purge already paid?
On June 5th, yes.
No, sir, I already paid the purge.
Do what?
The purge is already paid.
I can't understand what you're saying.
It's already paid.
You can pay the $2,500 and get out.
It's already done.
Okay, well then if it's already done, you should be getting out soon, okay?
All right.
All right, Christopher Mansfield.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a violation of probation for your prior charge of possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
How much are you making a week?
About $530 a week.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the warrant. There is probable cause, and at this time, you're being held no bond, sir.
Thank you.
Michael Miller?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of possession of an electronic device by a convicted felon. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, please.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much are you making a week?
600.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $10,000, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Berthel Neely?
Birkdale, ma'am.
Berthel, okay. You're here on a charge of battery on a detention facility employee with fluids. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $15,000, sir. Thank you. Elijah Nerio?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you are here on failure to appear cases issued by the Honorable Judge Pinkett for your charges of giving false name or ID to law enforcement, possession of paraphernalia, resisting officer without violence, possession of methamphetamine, and burglary of an unoccupied structure. I'm showing that you currently have the public defender on these cases. I have reviewed the warrant. There is probable cause. You are being held no bond. It looks like you have a, is that the next one?
So he was discharged after the KPS.
He was discharged?
Yes, ma'am. I want Deborah Goins on the record with regards to Mr. Nerio. With regards to Mr. Nerio, I actually represent him right now in F7.
Okay.
And I'm not sure whether Judge Pinkett she actually signed an order transferring it to 7.
She said that she discharged me from the program and that I have court on Monday. So
Yes.
I don't know why I have an FTA if Monday hasn't came yet. And she moved me to a different judge.
Mr. Nerio,
Yes,
my name
ma'am.
is Deborah Goins. I'm your attorney. I actually am going to be in court with you on Monday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's fine. We just, at this point in time, I don't think the FTA was for this coming Monday. It was a previous date.
Correct. Okay, so you're being held no bond now, but it looks like you already have a court date set, and so your attorney will talk to you about that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Darwin Outsey?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of selling of cannabis within 1,000 feet of a church and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much are you making a week?
About $400.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $15,000 on the selling of cannabis within 1,000 feet of a church and $1,000 on the paraphernalia, sir. Thank you. Jose Pagan?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia and possession of cocaine with intent to sell, deliver, or manufacture. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you change your mind at a later time, just let the judge know.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia and $15,000 on the possession with intent to sell, manufacture, or deliver, sir. All right,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
Ryan Parkulo?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Would you like one?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you change your mind at a later time, just let the judge know.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Friday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you have conditions 16, 17, and 18, sir. All right, thank you. Donovan Rosari?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia, selling of cannabis within 1,000 feet of a church, and then violation of probation for 3 counts of burglary of an unoccupied structure, 1 count of grand theft motor vehicle, 1 count of willful flee to elude, and 2 counts of grand theft. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much are you making a week?
$350.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have
ma'am.
previously reviewed the affidavits. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $15,000 on the selling of cannabis within 1,000 feet of a church, and at this time, you're being held no bond on the violation of probation, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Andrew Sinistera,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, you're here on violation of probation for your prior charge of aggravated assault with a weapon. Do you have an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who's your attorney, sir?
Oh, wait, no. I need an attorney. My bad.
Okay, you need an attorney, all right.
Yes,
Are
ma'am.
you going to hire one, or do you need the public defender?
Public defender?
Are you currently employed?
No.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. This time you're being held no bond, sir.
All right.
Richard Tanner,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, you're here on a charge of false ID given to law enforcement, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Would you like one?
Yes.
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
About how much are you making a week?
Like 320.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the false ID to law enforcement, $1,000 on paraphernalia, and $5,000 on methamphetamine, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Teddy West,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, you're here on a charge of driving while license suspended or revoked, third conviction. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am, I sure don't.
Would you like one?
Yes, please.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
How much are you making a week?
Around $450, $500 a week.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000, sir, okay?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Billy Willer,
Yes.
sir,
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Would you like one?
Yes, I would.
And are you currently employed?
Retired.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia and $5,000 on the methamphetamine, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Clarence Williams?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you just a second. All right, sir, you're here on a charge of possession of an open container and violation of probation for your prior charge of driving under the influence. Do you
Yes,
have an
ma'am.
attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much are you making a week?
It varies probably like 475, 500, 525.
All right, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $500 on the open container. You're being held no bond on the violation of probation. All right, thank you, sir. Brandon Williams.
Yes, ma'am, good afternoon.
All right, sir, you are here on a charge of attaching tag not assigned, no valid driver's license, false ID given to law enforcement, and unregistered motor vehicle. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, and are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
About how much are you making a week?
$400 to $500, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $500 on the attaching and unassigned tag, $500 on the no valid driver's license, $1,000 on the false ID to law enforcement, and $500 on the unregistered motor vehicle.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Arturo Zapote Laura.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of trespass on posted law enforcement property. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
About how much are you making a week?
Around $700.
Okay, do you have any dependents, anyone that you take care of?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you're not going to qualify for the public defender, so you're going to have to hire an attorney, okay?
Okay, ma'am.
All right, I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause, and at this time, you have a bond of $5,000, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Jose Caraballo Collado.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you understand me, don't you?
Say again?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, and possession of cannabis resin. Do you have an attorney?
No, man.
Would you like one?
Yes.
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
How much do you make in a week?
1,000.
Okay, do you have any dependents, anyone that you take care of?
No, man.
It's just you?
Yes. I am here alone in Florida.
Okay. You're not going to qualify for the public defender, so you're going to have to hire an attorney, okay?
All right.
All right. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the methamphetamine, and $5,000 on the possession of cannabis resin, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Mr. Gamble, Edward Gamble.
Yes, ma'am.
All
I
right.
apologize for earlier, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Well, I tell you what, I'm not going to hold you in contempt because you did apologize and you seem very sincere about it.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
You can't act that way, okay?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, I understand you're probably frustrated, but you just can't do it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's just move on. So today we're here for possession of paraphernalia, possession of cocaine, and then a violation of probation for your prior charge of possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, and are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the cocaine, and you're currently being held no bond on the violation of probation, sir, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Your Honor, Deborah Goins on the record. I just wanted to tell the court that the VOP is out of Osceola County.
Yeah.
So we're not appointed on that.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, where are my juveniles?
Yes, you're gonna sign off.
We're right here, Your Honor.
Okay, Central's going to sign off, and you should pop up when that happens. Maybe. There you are. Hold on, let me pin you so I can actually see you. Maybe. It's not doing it. Oh, of course you do. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. Tyler Hunt. Okay, Mr. Hunt, you are here on a charge of burglary with assault or battery and possession of a firearm by a minor. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, would you like an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are you employed at all? Do you have any job?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. State, do you wish to be heard?
Judge, I have not reviewed the affidavit. My understanding is the allegation is it is a burglary of a dwelling with an assault or battery. Whether it's a dwelling or not, it's a first-degree felony punishable by up to life in prison. It means the accused is not entitled to a bond. So the state is asking that the court hold the accused no bond. If the court is not so inclined, I will be requesting 24 hours to file a motion for pretrial detention. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Hunt, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, Deborah Goins, I just wanted to ask, did the court have an actual affidavit to see the factual basis for the charge? Because that was not part of what was provided.
I did.
Okay.
There was a separate one that had the information and then the affidavit following it.
All right.
All right. Having found probable cause, your bonds are as follows. Possession of a firearm by a minor is going to be $1,000. And at this time, the burglary with assault or battery, you're going to be held no bond. All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Zane Hendrick. Mr. Hendrick, you are
Yes,
here
ma'am.
on charge of possession of a firearm by a minor and burglary with assault or battery. Do you have an attorney?
I believe so.
You think that maybe your parents hired a private attorney?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Lanscombe?
I don't know. That doesn't sound familiar, but that doesn't mean anything. It could be somebody from somewhere else. Okay, well, what we'll do then is if that doesn't work out or you find out that you don't have an attorney, make sure you let the judge know at your next court date, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause.
So I'd ask the same thing as prior case, Judge.
As to the possession of firearm by a minor, you have a bond of $1,000. As to the burglary with assault or battery, this time you are going to be held no bond, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gabriel Burgos.
That's my understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Burgos, you were here on a charge of burglary with assault or battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are you employed? Do you have a job?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause.
Same request, Judge.
Same request. All right, at this time, I am going to hold you no bond on the charge, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Jackson Ziegler.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ziegler, you are here on a charge of tampering in a second-degree felony, robbery without a firearm, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of cannabis resin. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay, would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you have a job?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause.
Judge, and I apologize for interrupting. I don't have an affidavit made. May I review the court's affidavit? If the charge is robbery, it's a qualifying offense, but it is not a depending on the level of offense, it may not be a mandatory filing.
Yes, both of you can come up if you would like.
Thank you, ma'am.
It is touchscreen, so you can just scroll. That's all I
admire
can
the
do. so-
high-techness of the court.
She can make it bigger. Does you need bigger?
No, I don't think so. There's no sure.
Okay.
It's that point I have to file.
Thank you, Judge. So the judge requests 24 hours to file a motion for pretrial detention on the robbery count.
All right, I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. State is requesting 24 hours to file a motion on the robbery charge. They are entitled to that. So on that charge, we're going to bring you back tomorrow to determine if the state is going to follow their motion or not. As to the charge of tampering, you have a bond of $15,000. Possession of paraphernalia, you have a bond of $1,000. Possession of cannabis resin, you have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release, and you must report daily. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are going to have conditions 16 and 17, and you will also be placed on a GPS monitoring device with house arrest conditions. You may leave your house to go to court, attorney appointments, medical appointments. Are you in school? I know you're out for the summer, but are you in school in general?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, we're going to bring you back tomorrow and see if the state's going to follow their motion. If they do, then pursuant to law, you will be held no bond on that one count, okay?
Count one, 15.
Thank you.
I believe that's all, Your Honor. May I be excused?
You may, thank you. All right. Okay, we stand in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
first young man, Mr. Hendrick, the only one who said his parents are hiring an attorney?
Mr. Hendrick?
Wasn't he the one who
Yes.
said? Okay, but the other three were appointed to the PD's office?
Yes.
Thank you.
Straight pre-trial. I think you said just 20.
Just 20.
Okay.
It's you, not me.
To determine whether you have violated conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence. That is, the better weighted evidence must establish that more probable than not the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate your parole and release you, place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make a recommendation as the appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing will be provided to justify additional confinement. This is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge. State your appeal is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel will then have an opportunity to present a relevant testimony. After considering all of the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
No, ma'am.
The important rights today, you have to have an attorney present and you have counsel here today. You have the right to receive the written notice that charges the violation. Did you receive that written notice?
Yes.
You have a right to review the evidence against you before the hearing. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case at the hearing. You have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to go forward?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we will now review the charge. State your appeal is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. So charge 1 under obey all laws, obedience to the law. Your charging officer reported on 1/28/26 at approximately 11:30 a.m. The Waterbury Police Department, Gang Task Force, Auto Theft Task Force, and Vice Intelligence Division, Crime Prevention Unit, State Police, Violent Crimes Task Force, and members of the FBI Northern Connecticut Violent Crimes Task Force executed a search and seizure warrant for Grove Street apartment in Waterbury. You were discovered to be in the apartment to which you were initially detained in order for the search and seizure warrant couldn't be executed. According to the Waterbury Police Department incident report, case number ending in 3085, the following items were found. Approximately 8 white glassine bags stamped made in, each containing a tan powder substance, which later tested presumption positive for fentanyl. Green plastic capsule containing white rock-like substance, which later tested presumptive positive for cocaine, weighing 0.2 grams as packaged. 2 black digital scales, each white powder residue on them, multicolored Ziploc bag, which contained approximately 23 circular pills identified as 5 milligrams clozapam. Small pink ledger to large pink ledger, $279 in U.S. currency. Due to these findings, they were subsequently arrested and charged with possession intent to distribute narcotics and possession of controlled substance, second offense. You arraigned at Waterbury GA4 on 1/29/26 under docket ending in 8028, to which probable cause was found. Your next court date was scheduled for 2/24/26 at Waterbury GA4. You're in violation of parole conditional bail laws. And the state has filed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification as Exhibit A, remain the actual custody order. B, signed parole condition. C, parole violation report. D, notice of parole violation, parole rights. E, decision information summary. F is Waterbury police report. ending in 3085, and G was CT judicial case detail for docket that ended in 8028-S. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents that I just marked? Did you review them?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we have.
Okay. And council's also filed the following exhibit, which is pre-marked for identification purposes as Fence Exhibit 1, which is a list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Along with, I did receive an addendum from PCS. The addendum states on 4/23/26, Mr. Pike was seen at GA4 under docket ending in 8028-S. The charge of possession of controlled substance second offense was nollied, and he was found guilty of possession with intent to sell or distribute narcotics and was sentenced to 2 years jail. Current EOS date is 4/21/28, and that is still the correct date at this time. So do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
We do not. Thank you.
Okay, we have no witnesses. So at this time, it'll be defense's opportunity. If you'd like to present evidence to speak to any of the evidence submitted at this time, you may.
Yes, just very briefly, as to the charges, I will note that the addendum, as stated, was accurate. The matter was resolved in court with a plea to the 1 count of possession with intent. All remaining charges were nollied. And at the appropriate time, we would like to speak to my client's background. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will note that the PED date on this new sentence is 4/21/27 as of today. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to announce my findings in regards to that charge. So regarding charge 1, I do find you violated the conditional bail laws, obedience to the law. This is based on your conviction of possession with intent to sell, dispense narcotics, and receive a sentence of 2 years jail. Making no finding on possession of controlled substances and insufficient evidence that was provided. So that includes the fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make a recommendation, council will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history after the state is finished. Excuse me, the state is not present today. So this part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So at this time, council, if you'd like to.
Yes, thank you very much. My client is 43 years old, born and raised in the Waterbury, Connecticut area. He does have a strong system of support in the community, including his fiance, his sisters, his brother, and his child's mom. My client does have 6 children, ages 21, 17, 13, 9, and 7. He most recently, upon release to parole, was sponsored by his fiance in an address in Waterbury. He successfully completed the Sierra Center halfway house and then was sponsored by his sister out of New Haven. He had a subcontracting job out of Waterbury where he was doing demo and rebuilding for homes. He was there for approximately 1 month. As far as treatment goes, he did successfully complete App Foundation's inpatient program last summer. In November of last year, he successfully completed IOP through CasaMass in New Haven. He also was doing MAT services there as well in the form of Suboxone. He was on a medium contact schedule with good regularity. Since being remanded, my client's been attending NA meetings once a week. He's also been on the wait list for programming and school. I checked in his DIS, and it appears that it's been about 20 years since he has had a DR and DOC custody, so he does do very well, doesn't get in trouble. Upon reinstatement of parole supervision, my client would like to be sponsored by his fiance at the provided address in Waterbury. He hopes to get his GED and enroll in a trade school for carpentry. He's also hoping to get certified in OSHA. He is open to any sort of opportunities in the community while he learns about the carpentry trade. He's also open to any sort of treatment being recommended, including reestablishing IOP services and then stepping down. I am asking that you would consider releasing my client on that MOA date of 4/21/27. He has been in since January of this year. However, due to the nature of his underlying sentence being on discretionary supervision, he wasn't receiving any jail credit for that time. His current discretionary sentence is set to expire in 2027 and dependent on the recommended sanction. I would argue that he could certainly benefit from the help parole could provide him in getting back on his feet into the community prior to no longer being on supervision. Mr. Pike, is there anything I didn't cover about your background or your future plans that you want to say at this time? All right. Thank you very much. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. So I'll be right with you with a recommendation. Were you residing at this residence that you're, that you'd like to go to? Were you there prior?
This new one, no ma'am, we're at a different address.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna put a few things on the record, and then I'm gonna make a recommendation. You were in the community approximately 8 months. You were released on transfer parole before you were returned to custody. You did receive the new conviction with a new 2-year sentence for the same behavior that you are basically on parole for. So it's concerning when the same pattern continues. So you continue to sell. I'd rather see, we want you to get a job instead of selling drugs. So I suggest you focus on getting your GED, your trade schools you want to do. All those things are great things, and I hope that that's the direction you go this time. You did receive 4 misconducts. You don't have any prior violations that were noted. Based on the information that I have, I am going to recommend, and you do have a flat sentence, that parole be revoked to be re-paroled for May 3rd of 2027. This is an approximate 15-month period confinement as a sanction. This is allowing you're on supervision until 4/21/28, so it's almost a year you still have left to be on supervision. So that is my recommendation, and that is with standard conditions. My findings are going to the parole board on June 11th. So the board is going to review my recommendation on June 11th. So just know that the board can disagree with me and they can revoke all of your parole if they do want to do that. Obviously, they may. If they want to have a longer sanction than what I've stated, you come back to have another hearing. You talk to the parole board about any reasons why they may want to exceed my recommendation. The board can also let you out as soon as 4/21/27. So if they did want to let you out that date, they can. Do you have any questions?
No ma'am.
All right, you're gonna get this in writing about a week after today, after the date of June 11th. So after the board, here's your case, you're gonna get it in the mail, you'll get the disposition that's gonna say your conditions, and if you have a re-parole date, it'll have that information on it for you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so you're all set for today, sir. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a great day. Take care.
Thank you.
P.O. Meisinger, I just called Robinson to have a CO come over to the video room so that they can answer your call.
All right, thank you. I haven't been able to get hold of them. Morning, Attorney Jones.
Good morning.
Good morning, Robinson.
Morning, ma'am. Be right over.
Good morning, Mr. Simpson.
Good morning.
Morning. We're gonna get started with your revocation hearing, okay?
All right.
Good morning, I am P.O. Meisinger, hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a revocation hearing concerning Simpson John, number 437648. Today is May 29th, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Carl Robinson Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing, and public access to the hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
John Simpson, 437648.
And you have counsel here today. Please identify yourself for the record.
Attorney Sonia Jones, Public Defender's Office, on behalf of Mr. Simpson.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has the responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence. That is, the better or weightier evidence must establish that more probable than not the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate your parole, which is release you and place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make a recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing would be provided to justify additional confinement. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge, state your PO is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel then have an opportunity to present a relevant testimony. After considering all the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose of procedure before we begin?
No, ma'am.
Okay, important rights today. The right to have an attorney present. You have counsel here. You have a right to receive the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Yes.
Okay. You have a right to review the evidence against you before the hearing. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case at the hearing. You have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses, to cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights, and are you ready to go forward?
Yes.
So we will now review the charge, state your PO is bringing against you, and the information underlying each charge. Charge 1 under Obey laws, obedience to the law. Your charging officer reported on 2/4/26. You were operating a motor vehicle on I-84, hit a tractor trailer twice. You were asked by the police if you were driving the motor vehicle, and you denied driving the vehicle. Police detected an odor of alcohol on your breath, and you denied drinking any alcohol. Based on the investigation and observations of the police officers, you were placed under arrest. You were asked to perform a standardized field sobriety test, and you refused to. You finally admitted to the police that you consumed an alcoholic beverage at dinner. You were arrested and charged with operating under the influence of alcohol, reckless driving, failure to maintain a lane, and interfering with an officer. Subsequently, you're in violation of parole condition 2, obey all laws. And the state has followed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification as Exhibit A, parole conditions, B, remand to actual custody, C, notice of parole violation, D, parole violation report, and E, the state of Connecticut police report. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents that I marked? Did you review them?
Yes.
And council's follow the following exhibit that is pre-marked for identification, Defense Exhibit 1, which is a list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement, and Defense Exhibit 2, which is a letter of employment. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No.
Okay, we have no witnesses. I did receive an addendum from PCS. The addendum states that on 5/5/26, parolee John Simpson appeared in GA 15 New Britain under docket ending in 6679-S and docket 8976-S for the charge of interfering with an officer. It was nollied. For the charge of failure to drive in proper lane is nollied. Charge of OUI first offense was also nollied. For the charge of reckless driving, he's found guilty and given 30 days jail, execution suspended, and 1 year conditional discharge. So now it is defense's opportunity, if they'd like to call any witnesses, present evidence, and speak to any of the evidence submitted you made this time.
Thank you. In regards to charge 1, obedience to the law, we would submit there's insufficient evidence to support a finding on the charge of operating under the influence, as my client's blood alcohol level in that regard was 0.0128%, and the statute requires that it be above 0.08 in order to be charged with operating under the influence. Also, in regards to failure to maintain a proper lane, we would also submit that there be a no finding, as that's an infraction. Nothing further as to the charges.
Thank you. All right, so what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna announce my findings in regards to the charges. So in regards to that charge 1, I do find that you violated the conditional bail laws, obedience to the law, based on your conviction of reckless driving and received a sentence of 30 days jail, execution suspended, 1 year conditional discharge, with all other charges nollied. I do make a no findings on the interfering with in operating under the influence, as well as failure to maintain as it is an infraction. So that includes the fact-finding portion of the hearing. Before I make a recommendation, council will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So if you would like to at this time.
Yes, thank you. My client is 25 years of age. He's single. He has no children. He does receive his primary support in the community by way of his mother, grandmother, aunt, siblings, as well as his significant other. He was in the community for approximately 4 months, having been first released to parole supervision on October 24th of 2025. This is his first violation of his parole. He was sponsored in the community by his girlfriend at her residence in Bristol. And he remained there up until the time of remand. He was participating in programming at Wheeler Clinic in Bristol, having attended anger management classes. He completed 9 of 12 classes and was still actively involved in the classes at the time of remand. He was on GPS since he was released from DOC custody with no violations. He was wearing it at the time of remand. And unfortunately, what led to the incident was that he was in a rush to keep up with his curfew, his GPS curfew, and unfortunately was involved in this motor vehicle accident. During the time period that he's been within the Department of Corrections, he reports volunteering as a tier man. When he's reinstated to parole, he would like to responsor to his girlfriend, Alyssa McCoy's residence. Again, that information is contained within Defense Exhibit 1. By way of education, he'd like to obtain his GED as well as explore opportunities to obtain his CDL. He is open to all treatment recommendations. He does have employment lined up as noted by Defense Exhibit 2, but he is also open to all employment opportunities. We would be asking, based on the length of time that he has now been incarcerated, he's been incarcerated since February 5th, that he be reparoled at the next available date. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll be right with you with a recommendation. All right, so I'm gonna put a few things on the record, and then I'll make a recommendation. You were in the community approximately 3.5 months before you returned to custody. This was a serious incident that did occur that could have been deadly. You did receive that new conviction for that reckless driving charge and received that sentence of 30 days jail, execute suspended 1 year conditional discharge. You do have 5 years special parole to follow this term of a discretionary parole that you're currently on right now. Your officer recommended 6 months after charges were disposed. So after listening to testimony today from counsel, as well as reviewing all the documents that I've received, I am going to make a recommendation that parole be revoked, be re-paroled for July 6th of 2026, which is an approximate 5-month period of confinement as a sanction. I also recommend the following parole conditions: behavior management program for anger management, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, and operation of a motor vehicle. My findings are going to the parole board on June 11th. You will receive an official written decision from the board about a week after June 11th on what the board's decision is. The board can lessen that sanction. They can release you as soon as that day of 6/11. Anytime in between there until the day I recommended, and just be aware they can revoke all of parole at any point. So if they do want a longer sanction than what I've stated, you'd come back for a supplemental hearing, and the board would talk to you about any reasons why they may want to exceed my recommendation. So just so you know that those are the options that the board has on that date. Like I said, you will receive it in writing about a week after June 11th, what their decision is, if you're still there. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Simpson, just so you're aware, if the board accepts the recommendation on June 11th for you to leave on July 6th, that is an on or after date because you are on discretionary parole, which means that it doesn't necessarily have to happen that day, but it will happen sometime soon thereafter. Hopefully, the fact that you have a sponsor means that it will happen very close to that date, okay?
So I wouldn't be able to leave until July?
July 6th.
If they agree with my recommendation, yeah.
All right, because I know my lease is, my sponsor in Bristol, my lease is up the end of June. So I would most likely probably go to a halfway house unless I get another sponsor.
Well,
Did you want me to?
I could put that on there in case you need
Yeah,
housing.
So he did provide his mother as a second option for a sponsor.
Is that what you want, or do you want a halfway house?
Do you want your mother's address first?
Yeah, if my lease is up by July, then yeah, that's fine.
You want your mother?
Yes.
Okay, so his mother's name is Yareliz, Yareliz Alejandro. And the address is 48 Walnut Avenue, 2nd floor, Waterbury. And then a third option would be a halfway house in Waterbury.
How do you spell the first name again? Y-A-R?
Yes, Yareliz.
Alejandro?
Yes, Alejandro.
All right, so is there any reason why you wouldn't be able to parole to your mother's?
Say it again?
Is there any reason why you would not be able to parole to your mother's?
No.
No,
Okay.
I think he just would prefer to have gone to his significant other's residence.
So your significant other would be moving?
Yes, because my lease is up at the end of June, which is June 30th. That's when my lease is up. I could renew it, but I'm not. I possibly won't be home to handle the whole situation.
Okay, so do you want me to list the mothers first?
No, it's fine. She could be the second option.
So, because is there the possibility that your girlfriend might renew the lease on her own?
I can talk to her and see if she will.
Okay, so why don't you leave her as the first choice and then your mother as the second, just in case she's able to do that?
All right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
No, that's fair. I just want to make sure that I have it right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll note those things. Oh, is there a phone number for the mother?
Do you have?
She literally just got a new number last week. I gave you the old one. I can, if there's any way I can send you the number by any chance.
We didn't need it. You can get, or you can write it to the officer at your facility and just tell him to give him to P.O. Meisinger the phone number for your sponsor.
Okay, okay.
You can
Okay.
also ask your counselor to email me with the information, and then I can also forward that information to the hearing examiner.
Okay.
Okay, you just need to get that done. Probably try to get that done within the next week, okay?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you're all set, sir. You have another question?
No, and just for, that, my mother's address, is it 46 or 48?
You told me 48.
All right, so that's my mistake. It's 46.
Okay, it's 46.
All right. Thank you, guys.
You're all set.
You're
Good luck.
welcome. Good luck.
Thank you, Attorney Jones. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. You too.
Yep.
We're gonna see him right after, so I'm gonna have him sit in the back. Yeah, they just.
No, I have to see both of them, but I need to see, Smith first.
Okay.
Smith first.
Yeah.
Come this way.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
What are you gonna see? Give me a second.
You only one there. Good morning.
Good morning.
Is Mr. Smith there?
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
No, I'm Christopher French.
No, Smith is the other kid, correct? Smith is the other one goes.
Is there both down or is there only, are you the only one there? Where's the, can you get me the officer, please?
Yeah, give me a second. We're gonna switch them out. We had them in two different rooms.
Okay, thank you.
Give me 1 second, man.
French, we're gonna see you right after Smith.
Thank you very much, miss.
Yep.
We're gonna see him right after, so I'm gonna have him sit in the back. Yeah, they just.
No, I have to see both of them, but I need to see, Smith first.
Okay.
Smith first.
Yeah.
Come this way.
Yes, ma'am.
What? All right, so wait.
That's you in the right room. What's the other person they gonna see? I don't like that. Just stand there. Oh, that's because the other kid is on me. They got an email already.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi. I believe you guys should have gotten an email. Smith is not in our facility.
He moved? Oh.
He's not in our facility. That's why you're getting the second inmate right now.
Okay, let me,
Wait, yes, when he was moved, I just spoke to him 3 days ago on the 26th.
did he move in the last, like yesterday?
I believe he transferred out yesterday.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
spoke to
God.
him on the 26th.
You don't know, you don't have a facility noted there where he went?
I
By any
don't-
chance? I'll figure it out then.
Facility 116.
Okay. Thank you. I'll
You're
see French
welcome.
then.
Come on.
Yeah, that's. Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, I'll be right with you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, P.O. Schaefer? You hear me okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, so we're all here. So we'll get started with your revocation hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, I am P.O. Meister, hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a revocation hearing. French Christopher, number 221520. Today is May 29th, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in McDougal Walker Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing and public access to the hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record, sir?
Christopher Michael French, 221520.
Thank you. And we have a parole officer present. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Parole Officer Christina Schaefer, Waterbury District Office.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence, that is, the better weighted evidence must establish that more probable than not the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate your parole, which is releasing and place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make a recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing would be provided to justify additional confinement. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge. State your PO is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. The state will then have an opportunity to present our relevant testimony. After the state is finished, you will have the same opportunity. After considering all the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, the state will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. After the state is finished, you will have the same opportunity. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
I do not, ma'am.
Okay, the important right today, the right to have an attorney present. Would you like to continue without counsel today?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to see the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
I did, ma'am.
You have a right to review the evidence against you before the hearing. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case. At the hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights, and are you ready to go forward?
I do, ma'am.
Okay, so we will now review the charge the state your PO is bringing against you and information underlying each charge. So PO Schaefer, please read the charges.
Charge 1, under reporting, you were scheduled to report to parole at 8:30 on 10/29/25 so that you could be transported to the App Foundation for inpatient substance abuse treatment. You were made aware of this via telephone call and then a follow-up text message. You failed to report as instructed. This is a violation of your conditions of parole number 1 release directions. Charge 2, GPS. You failed to properly and fully charge your GPS unit as instructed, resulting in shutdowns on the following occasions: 9/22/25, 2 hours and 22 minutes, 9/27/25, 55 minutes, 10/1/25, 7 hours, 55 minutes, 10/15/25, 43 minutes, 10/24/25, 7 hours, 50 minutes, 10/25/25, 17 hours, 50 minutes. During these shutdowns, your whereabouts were unknown. This is a violation of your GPS agreement number 4. Charge 3, program participation. On 10/20/25, you were scheduled for a medication management appointment with Wellmore Behavioral Health. You failed to attend this appointment. On 10/27/25, you were rescheduled for a medication management appointment, but you were scheduled for a medication management appointment, but was rescheduled to 10/30/25. You failed to attend that appointment. This is a violation of conditions of parole number 1 release directions. Charge 4, residence. On 10/29/25, a home visit was conducted after you failed to report to parole. You removed all of your belongings from your approved residence and your whereabouts are unknown. This is a violation of your conditions of parole number 1 release directions. Charge 5, absconder. On 10/29/25, a home visit was conducted after you failed to report. You removed all of your belongings from your approved residence and your whereabouts were unknown. You also cut off your GPS unit without permission, which was found on the street. You have since failed to report to parole and your whereabouts were unknown. This is a violation of your conditions of parole number 1 release directions. Number 2, under bail laws, charge number 6, obedience to the law. On 11/6/25, you were found by Glastonbury Police to be in possession of a stolen vehicle. When police instructed you to ID yourself, you presented them with a fraudulent Connecticut driver's license bearing the name Nuwan Pezentes in your photo. While police were searching the vehicle, you were also found in possession of numerous counterfeit Connecticut and out-of-state identification cards, debit cards, and cashier's checks. You were subsequently charged with 53A-48/53A-24 conspiracy to commit larceny 3rd degree, 53A-129D identity theft 3rd degree, 53A-167A interfering with officer and resisting, 53A-119C larceny of a motor vehicle 1st degree, 53A-140 Forgery, 3rd degree. This is a violation of condition of parole number 2, obey all laws. Charge 7, drugs. On 9/10/25, you signed a voluntary. Oh, I'm sorry, then it continues on under obey all laws. On 11/6/25, you were found by Glastonbury Police to be in possession of a plastic handgun made to look like a real firearm with removable magazine, black frame, and red slide. It had markings of Glock 18, Austria 9x19 engraved on the left side of the slide. This is a violation of conditions of parole number 2, obey all laws. Charge 7, drugs. On 9/10/25, you signed a voluntary drug admission form for cocaine used on 9/8/25. On 9/24/25, you signed a voluntary drug admission form for cocaine used on 9/14/25. On 9/24/25, you tested positive for cocaine and signed a voluntary admission for cocaine used on 9/21/25. On 9/30/25, you signed a voluntary drug admission form for cocaine used on 9/27/25. On 10/7/25, you tested positive with Wellmore Behavioral Health for cocaine and fentanyl. This is a violation of conditions of parole number 2, obey all laws. Charge 8, weapons. On 11/6/25, you were found by Glastonbury Police to be in possession of a plastic handgun made to look like a real firearm with a removable magazine, black frame, and red slide. It had markings of Glock 18, Austria 9x19 engraved on the left side of the slide. This is a violation of parole number 2, obey all laws. And charge number 9, no consumption of alcohol. On 9/29/25, you consumed alcohol and signed a voluntary admission on 9/30/25. This is a violation of your additional parole condition set at hearing that prohibits alcohol consumption throughout your supervision.
Thank you. And an addendum was submitted. Can you please read the addendum?
Yes. Please, let me get that. On 4/28/26, French Christopher 221520 was sentenced in GA 12 under docket number H12M CR 2503000415S on charges 53A-129D, identity theft 3rd degree, 53A-40 forgery 3rd degree, and 53A-167A interfering with an officer. Received a nollie on all 3 of those counts. On charges 53A-124, larceny in the 3rd degree, he received a 1-year jail, and on 53A-119C, larceny of a motor vehicle in the 1st, you also received 1-year jail to run concurrently.
Thank you. And the state has followed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification as Exhibit A, remand of custody order; B, parole condition; C, parole violation report; D, notice of parole violation; E, voluntary drug admissions; F, misconduct; G, complaint ticket; H, GPS monitoring agreement; I, GPS violation reports; J, one more progress report, 10/22/25; K, one more progress report, 11/3/25; L, one more adult discharge summary; M, decision information summary; N, revocation hearing summary; O, text message between French and PO; P, photo of GPS cutoff and found in the street; Q, photos of replica firearm bullets found in French position; R, Glastonbury case incident report ending in 3725, and S is judicial branch pending case detail. Did you receive the notice of parole violation report, and those other documents that I just stated, and did you review them, sir?
I did, ma'am.
Okay. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We have no witnesses today. At this time, I am going to swear in P.O. Schaefer as well as you, Mr. French, in the event you would like to speak today. So can you both please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or solemnly affirm, as the case may be, the evidence you shall give concerning this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
I do.
So at this time, the state will have an opportunity, if they'd like to call witnesses, present evidence, and speak to any of the evidence submitted, you may at this time in regards to the charges.
Well, as I just read out loud, there is numerous charges of parole violation during this short time on supervision he was with me. Numerous drug violations and to include voluntary drug admissions for cocaine use, and unfortunately lack of follow through for treatment that was offered to him. Reporting, he failed to report in order to get inpatient treatment that was set up for him. moving his residence without permission, and really just highlighting the amount of violations that I earlier spoke of. I just wanted to highlight all of those.
Thank you. Okay, now is your opportunity to respond to patrol violation charged against you. Remember that you may remain silent if you so choose. Would you like to testify regarding the charges, sir?
Yes, I agree with all of them. I made many mistakes. One of the main mistakes was not getting help and receiving the help that was offered to me by Parole Officer Schaefer. I chose to self-medicate, and before I was able to get my actual medication that I have been diagnosed with, and when the time came, I actually lied to her and said I got it because I was nervous about all my previous violations. My insurance apparently lapsed, which I wasn't aware of, or whatever happened, I didn't have it. And I lied to Parole Officer Schaefer and said that I was taking my medication when I wasn't. Since then, since I've been here, I actually have been with the mental health people for quite a while, like since I've been here.
Well, we'll talk about
week.
that if you want
Yes.
for the second half. I just want to hear anything in regards to the charge at this point.
There was one thing I do want to dispute, which was, again, all the violations completely agreed to: drug use, cutting off, absconding, moving my residence, non-report for to be admitted to the App Foundation. Absolutely. The thing I do not agree with is I was not, even though it was in the vehicle, that whatever the toy gun or whatever it was, that was not mine. There was also dresses, makeup, toys in the motor vehicle that of course were not mine. There was 3 other people's besides mine, so 4 total people's property in the back of the motor vehicle that were there. So 1 of mine and then 2 other girls and another male's stuff was in the back, again, including makeup, which of course was not mine. Dresses were not mine, and numerous of toys that belonged to one of the gentleman's children that were not mine. So that's the only thing I would like to dispute is the toy gun. That was everything else. I completely agree. You know, I was in violation without, I accept complete responsibility for that.
May I say something?
Sure.
So, Mr. French, you actually have a history of using firearms, and that's what you're on parole for in the robberies that you are convicted of. In addition, you did use replica toy guns to commit some of those robberies. So I just wanted to point that out there and put that on the record that that is kind of how you operate.
I agree wholeheartedly, but if you look at the actual crime that was committed for this one, there was no robbery of anything. There was no attempted robberies, no accusations of any robbery. There's no anything of any robbery. I used a fake ID to rent a car. That was the underlying issue. Yes, I made bad choices. I made bad choices with the identification. I was in survival mode. I went into survival mode, and that's what that was. But there was no, by any means, any violence, any attempted anything with any firearms, anything, no accusations of that. I had no knowledge of that being in there. There was multiple suitcases. There was multiple bags and multiple baskets of other people's property in this SUV. Again, and it was not with my property. It was in somebody else's property. It was not in with my clothes and my sneakers and my belongings. It was in somebody else's thing, apparently, because it was not in mine. So I just would like to, I would like to stand by that it was not in my stuff.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to be right with you with my findings in regards to the charges.
Yes, ma'am.
But we said it like, let's say we said the first, the 30th, and the 30th going back to 21. We hear that a lot. That's the first time this is the first time it's happened.
All right, so I'm gonna announce my findings in regards to the charges. So on charge 1, I do find you violated condition least direction reporting based on testimony and evidence provided for the violation B, C, and O. Regarding charge 2, I do find you violated condition GPS based on testimony and evidence provided in support of the charge, exhibits B, F, H, and I. Regarding charge 3, I found you violated condition restriction program participation based on testimony and evidence provided in support of the charge, exhibits B, J, K, L, and C. Regarding charge 4, I do find you violated condition restriction residence based on testimony and evidence provided in support of that charge, which is B and C. Regarding charge 5, find you violated condition and restriction absconder based on evidence provided, B, C, and I, as well as testimony. Regarding charge 6, I find you violated condition, obey all laws, obedience to the law based on your conviction of larceny third and larceny of motor vehicle first offense, and received a total effective sentence of 1 year jail with all the charges nollied. I do make a no finding on the plastic handgun and on the other nollied charges as they don't meet the elements. Regarding charge 7, I do find you violate conditional bail laws drugs based on testimony and evidence provided in support of that charge, exhibits B, E, F, and J. Regarding charge 8, obey all laws of weapons, and make a no finding due to their that charge not meeting the elements. Regarding charge 9, I do find you violate additional condition no alcohol consumption based on evidence provided. It's exhibits B, E, and F, as well as testimony that was provided. So that includes the fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make a recommendation, the state will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. After the state is finished, you will have the same opportunity. This part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So at this time, P.O. Schaefer, would you like to make any statements regarding the offender's violation, background, or history at this time? I think you're mute. Are you muted?
I guess so.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Mr. French has a history of absconding. He is currently on supervision after absconding from this parole term while living in Georgia. He was on absconder status then from September 17, 24 to 11/25/24 when he was taken into custody in Georgia on new charges. He does have another escape dating back to the 90s. Based on Mr. French's significant substance use history, his absconding history, non-compliance with GPS, and recidivism, it's clear that he doesn't have any ambition to make changes to his risk factors. Based on that, I would recommend at least an 18-month sanction on these charges.
Thank you. All right, Mr. French, at this time is your opportunity. If you'd like to say anything in regards to things you've been working on, your past history, your future plans going back out, now would be time for that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Real quick, I just prepared something that I hopefully gives some light to my mindset and my direction. I said, I am respectfully writing this letter in support of my request for parole and express my commitment into taking this opportunity and being a turning point in my life. I understand that my past actions and choices have brought me to this point, and I fully and take full responsibility for them. However, I also want this board to know that this time is different because I am actually addressing underlying issues that contributed to my past behaviors. I am now properly medicated for ADHD and will be actively seeking treatment for my other mental health diagnoses, compound PTSD, anxiety, and also childhood trauma. For the first time in a long time, I have a clear understanding of how untreated mental health conditions impact my life-making stability and ability to function in a healthy way. I am committed to continuing treatment, remain compliant with medication, and working closely with mental health professionals to maintain stability and accountability. In addition, I am seeking support of the Scattered Site Program, a housing program which would provide stable structured housing, assistance and guidance as I transition back into the community. I understand that the participation to this program requires a referral from parole services or of my officer. And I am respectfully requesting consideration and support for that referral. Having stable housing structure support will be critical in helping me successfully reintegrate, remain compliant, and avoid returning to the circumstances that contributed to my past mistakes. I do not expect sympathy, but I'm asking for the opportunity to prove that I am capable of living a stable, productive, and law-abiding life. I am committed to doing the work necessary to rebuild my life responsibly, becoming a positive member of the community. Thank you for your time, consideration, and the opportunity for me to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I would also like to just address one thing with Georgia. I did abscond. I'm not from Georgia. That was absconding, but also I was picked up in I was accused of incident in Georgia, which led me to leave and abscond, which was ultimately thrown out at court. It was dismissed. That was my initial absconding. Later on, after I absconded, because I was on the run, I did make bad choices, and I did again. I was on the run, and I made bad choices, and caught a charge after the absconding. But the original absconding was for a incident that happened in Gwinnett County that was later dismissed because they came to get me for something I did not do. The officer actually took the stand in the probable cause hearing and said that I was not the individual. So that was the reason for the original absconding. After that, absolutely complete responsibility for drug use, non-abiding the law. I definitely did that, and that was after the initial absconding for the case that was initially I was charged with.
Okay.
So. But it is difficult for me here in Connecticut. I'm sorry, I do not have a lot of support here. I do not have a lot of family here. I don't have much here in Connecticut. I have my everything in Georgia, my family, my car, my clothes. One of the reasons for the rental car thing was I didn't pay the $2,500 to have my car shipped up here. Just bad choices. But it was because self-medication. And I think Miss Schaefer can attest that I was definitely self-medicating. Not getting the Adderall, not getting what I needed, the help I needed. I was using cocaine, which was helping me, but again, went downhill quick. With the drug use, there was no maintaining. It wasn't just I'm medicating to feel okay. It did get abusive. And by the time I actually got the help through Wellmore, the diagnosis through Wellmore Center, I was pretty much off the rails at that point. So I mean, there was really almost no turning back from that point. But I want to emphasize the desire to not be here and not live a life of this. I think I made great strides in mental health treatment. I am working with Annie, which is my mental health provider here. I'm on a substitute for Adderall. Adderall is not provided here, but they did see the recommendation from Wellmore. They contacted Wellmore, and they gave me a substitute, which is Wellbutrin, and I think it's working wonders. It helps me focus. It calms me down and slows me down a little bit. And I'm making a plan for when I get out to continue with mental health treatment and also housing, which again, the scatter site is something that me and my mental health provider have been looking into, and I've been in contact with them. But I believe I need a parole recommendation in order to get into there. So that was one of the reasons why I had mentioned
well, you need to go to a halfway house. So if you do, because usually how it works is you go to a halfway house first, you do well, then they can bring you to your own residence. So just saying, that's usually, you have to be in the community for a while before you're going to be afforded more opportunities to be on your own. And unfortunately, with your history of absconding and some of these things that you've done so quickly being out in the community, I mean, making sure that you're staying on the right track and you have more structure is probably going to be your best interest as well as parole's.
Without question.
So if you had to go to a halfway house, what area would you go to?
Again, I don't have many people in Connecticut. I'm not, Waterbury was, I mean, Ms. Schaefer can attest to the area and the places that were there. They were literally drug havens. And I don't feel comfortable possibly be going back to that area.
Well, that's why I'm asking you, what area would you want to go to?
Probably, I would say maybe I've never been to Hartford area. I don't know what they offer.
Well, just so you know that there's going to be programming available in all these places, but you're going to have to learn to deal with it because you're in these cities where it's going to be in Hartford, it's going to be in Waterbury, it's going to be in Bridgeport, it's going to be, all these areas have their own issues that you're going to have to deal with and you're going to have to learn to effectively manage. So
yes, and
Hartford, you want
Hartford? I also say Hartford because the mental health people here I have more connections because I believe they're closer to this area. They have closer connections that I could link with the mental health treatment that I think I need when I get out.
Okay, so we can do Hartford area, and you're going to continue with mental health treatment. You might want to do dual diagnosis to address your substance abuse and your mental health. I'm sure you've heard of that, and people have discussed that with you.
Without question, I definitely need that.
That's definitely something, and I'm glad you are currently working on those things inside the facility because that actually is a great first step. And I'm glad you're accepting responsibility for your actions. I just hope that what you're saying you continue to do in the community eventually when you do get re-released, and that you continue with this while you're in the facility, and that this isn't a short stop before you get out. You want to continue the whole time until you get out and then continue outside. So I hope that you're doing what you're telling me. I hope that happens. So what about employment?
So I was diagnosed and I was down in Georgia with multiple things.
So you don't need to put that on the record. But what types of what are you looking for employment?
I'm a welder by trade. I was working for Atlantic Gate Company when I was down in Georgia. I was fabricating driveway gates and I'm pretty skilled with that and also electroplating. So that is something I can do. Again, the hours would be minimum because I am currently since June 1st of 2023. I have a lawyer working on disability because of my mental health status.
So you're gonna be applying for SSDI?
It's already been in progress since June 1st of 2023. And it's a Brock and Stout law firm out of Alabama is the one that's are handling it. So the hours would be minimal, but I would like to make up that free time with mental health, maybe even inpatient, which I'm willing to do. I mean, I realize, like I said in my statement, how much untreated, dealing with that, where it takes me and my decision making and stuff like that. So I would, if I'm not working, I would also like to maybe take place in a significant amount of mental health and do diagnosis treatment as far as whether it be IOPs or whatever it may be, to do that in the meantime.
Okay. Are you doing any programming in the facility?
I am. I'm going to AA and I'm going to my mental health groups.
Okay.
Good morning.
All right. Is there anything else from either side before I make a recommendation?
He did for himself say he would be willing to go to a halfway house, and I would definitely support that because he has little to no supports here in Connecticut. And it would be a good opportunity for him to get a job and then eventually self-sponsor or maybe move along to the REACH program like he was discussing.
Thank you for that. Anything else, Mr. French, at this point?
One last thing. I don't know if there's a time frame. I know the 120 days. Again, my family, my father who's ailing is in Georgia, and that is my goal, to get back down to Georgia. To be with my family, to my car, my clothes, my support, everything I have is in Georgia. I don't have much of anything in Connecticut. So I don't know if there's a time frame that I would be able to put in for the interstate compact. I know the last time, because the absconding, it was 120 days. And if that's the recommendation, or if there's something that could maybe be set in place as far as a time frame, or maybe just at the parole officer's discretion, but that would be my goal eventually.
I get that. I completely understand, and we want you to be with your supports. It's you doing things the correct way. You know, due to your history now, and you did the same thing again that you did previously by absconding, and coming back with all these charges. You have to prove yourself in the community. I'm not going to give you or say a timeline right now. And I'm sure it's going to be your officer's discretion after a certain point in time to see that you're doing well. If you do well out there, obviously we want to get you to Georgia to be with your family and do well. That's the goal of parole, as well as to work with you to get you to your best self. So that we do want that, you need to get out there and prove that when you get back out. So that's what you need to worry about. I wouldn't worry about timelines right now. Worry about getting yourself on the right path. And doing the right thing that you've been talking about today out there, and then parole will work with you to get you out there eventually. It's just you have to do the right thing, and you have to go and listen to your officers out there. And you need to show them that you're going to report when you're supposed to report, and that you're not breaking any laws, that you're not using. You do all these things that you're saying you can do and that you're working on, and you'll do fine, and we'll get you down to Georgia eventually.
I appreciate you, man, very much.
So just focus on yourself. I'm going to be right with you if there's nothing further with a recommendation in a minute, okay?
Thank you, man.
There's a few things I am going to put on the record before I do make my recommendation. I've listened to testimony today. I reviewed all the evidence that was provided by the state. A few things that stand out to me. Only in the community about 3.5 months before you were returned to custody. You were arrested and detained by police on November 6th, and then were returned to custody here and brought in on 11/7/25. You did receive the new jail sentence of a concurrent sentence of 1 year jail for the 2 new convictions that you did receive. The EOS date for that 1 year sentence is November 6th of 26. The new PED date, or the new TS date that you did get on that, is 5/7/26 that I didn't want to put on the record. There is a history of absconding, and you do have a prior parole violation on this period of supervision for absconding. You are serving 12 years special parole, and you are on supervision with us till 2037. So there's still a lot of time remaining on this sentence. Your PO is recommended an 18-month incarceration. There are multiple violations that were done in the short period of time, as was stated by the officer today, which is extremely concerning. Based on all this information that I have, I am going to recommend that parole be revoked and that you be re-paroled for February 2027, which is an approximate 15-month period of confinement as a sanction. I recommend the following parole conditions: halfway house placement, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, operation of motor vehicle, a general no contact with Elizabeth Kelly, a mental health evaluation and treatment deemed necessary, and no contact with your co-defendant, Cindy Gavera. My findings go on the parole board June 11th. So the board, as you know, is going to look at this. They're going to make the final decision. So they can lessen this sanction. They can let you out as soon as the board review date of 6/11, anytime in between the date of 2/8/27 that I recommended, and they can also hold you in longer. Just be aware the board can always revoke your special parole. It doesn't matter how much time you have left. If you continue to prove that you shouldn't be out in the community, they're not going to put you back out into the community again. So I'm trying to give you another opportunity to go back out there and do the right thing. Your head sounds like it's in a totally better space than it had been, and I hope that you continue in that direction. You will get this in writing after June 11th, about a week after that in the mail. You'll get the board's final decision. So you'll get what your re-parole date is if they want to give you one, as well as your conditions. Do you have any questions?
I do not, ma'am. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Schaefer.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, sir. You're all set. Thank you, P.O. Schaefer. Hope have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hello again.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello,
Smith?
ma'am. How you doing?
Good. I'll be right with you, okay?
Good.
All right, Mr. Smith, we're going to get started with your revocation hearing. Good morning, I'm P.O. Meisinger, hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Parole. It's a revocation hearing concerning Smith Germain number 351008. Today is May 29th, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in McDougal Walker, at Carl Robinson Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing and public access to the hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
Mr. Jermaine Smith, 351008.
You have counsel here today?
Sure, Attorney Alfonso Storico from the Parole Revocation Unit on behalf of Mr. Smith.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact for each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence. That is, the better weighted evidence must establish that more probable than not the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate your parole, which is at least you place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make a recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing will be provided to justify additional confinement. This is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge the state your PO is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel will then have an opportunity to present our relevant testimony. After considering all the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
No.
Okay, you have important rights today. Your right to have an attorney present, and you have counsel here. You have the right to receive the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Yes.
You have a right to review the evidence against you before the hearing. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case. At the hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights, and are you ready to go forward?
Yes.
So we will now review the charge the state your appeal is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. Charge one, obey all laws, obedience to the law. Your charging officer reported that during the months of July 25 and August 25, the West Haven PD street crime units were conducting surveillance investigations concerning illegal narcotic sales. West Haven PD utilized a confidential informant and surveillance to orchestrate controlled purchases. On 7/10/25, you sold a off-white rock chunk substance and a purple powder substance later identified as crack cocaine and fentanyl. Information provided by the confidential informant combined with the West Haven PD's investigation resulted in your arrest on 10/30/25 for the following new criminal charges: 2 counts possession of controlled substance first offense and 2 counts sale of narcotic substance. You're in violation of your parole agreement, which states that obey all laws. You are scheduled to appear before the Milford GA 22 Superior Court on 11/7/25 under the following docket 8666-S for the aforementioned charges. During the months of July 25 and August 25th, the West Haven PD street crime unit were conducting surveillance investigations concerning illegal narcotics sales. West Haven PD utilized a confidential informant in surveillance to orchestrate controlled purchases. On 7/22/25, you sold the off-white rock chunk substance in a purple powder substance, later identified as crack cocaine and fentanyl. Information provided by the confidential informant combined with the West Haven PD's investigation resulted in your arrest on 10/30/25 for the following new criminal charges: 2 counts possession of controlled first offense and 2 counts sale of narcotic substance. You're in violation of parole agreement, obey all laws. You're scheduled to appear before the Milford GA 22 Superior Court on 11/7/25 under the following docket 8665-F for the aforementioned charges. During the month of July 2025 and August 25, the West Haven PD street crime units were conducting surveillance investigations concerning illegal narcotic sales. West Haven PD utilized a confidential informant in surveillance to orchestrate controlled purchases. On 8/2/25, you sold a off-white chunk substance in a purple powder substance later identified as crack cocaine and fentanyl. Information provided by the confidential informant combined with West Haven PD's investigation resulted in your arrest on 10/30/25 for the following new criminal charges: 2 counts possession of controlled first offense and 2 counts sale of narcotic substance. You're in violation of your parole agreement, which states obey all laws. You are scheduled to appear before the Milford GA 22 Superior Court on 11/7/25 under the following docket 866-7S for the aforementioned charges. In charge 2, drugs are the exact same charges that I just read as obedience to the law.
I'll stipulate those are the same set of facts for charge number 2.
Okay. And the state has filed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification as Exhibit A, conditions of parole; B, remand of custody; C, parole violation report; D, notice of parole violation, parole rights; E, West Haven police report or warrants; F, judicial CT pending case detail; and G is BOPP summary decision. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents I marked? Did you review it?
Yeah, I did, yes. I believe he had also.
And council has filed the following exhibit, which is pre-marked for identification. It's Defense Exhibit 1, which is a list of parole punishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. I did receive an addendum from PCS. The addendum states on 4/23/26, Mr. Smith appeared in Milford GA 22 Superior Court under dockets ending in 8665, 8666, and 8667 for the following charges, which are 6 counts possession of controlled substance first offense and 6 counts of sale of narcotic substance. Each docket had 2 of the above mentioned charges. Under docket 8665, all the charges were combined to 1 statute, sale of narcotic substance, second offense. The subject was found guilty and sentenced to 1 year jail. All charges for docket ending in 8666 were marked nollied and the case was disposed. All charges under docket ending in 8667 were marked nollied and the case was disposed. I have a total effective sentence of 1 year jail, which gives me an EOS date of 11/29/26 with a TS eligibility date of 5/15/26 as of today. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No.
Okay, we have no witnesses today. So now defense's opportunity to like present evidence, speak to any of the evidence
Yes,
submitted.
regarding the first part, it's gonna be relatively quick, because what occurred in court, that is correct. There's 1 count and my client received 1 year to serve and the additional charges were nollied. And shown a disposition date of April 29th, I believe, of this year, when he resolved the case.
You said April
Yeah.
29th or 23rd?
April 23rd of 2026. He got 1 year to serve on 1 count and the remaining charges were nollied. Jermaine, that's your understanding, correct? It was just 1 year and the other charges were nollied, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Was there a conviction of possession of controlled substance first offense for 30 days? Is that noted? Is that anywhere?
Second, tell me that. There was. That was the misdemeanor charge on docket ending 390. It's 30 days concurrent.
390.
Yes, on the misdemeanor charge. And then the year.
And that was concurrent.
That was concurrent, correct.
So it was a conviction for sale of narcotic substance, second offense, received a 1 year jail sentence, and you said concurrent, right? Or was it consecutive?
Consecutive.
It was consecutive?
Yes, for the 30 days, to the year, correct? For
Yes.
total
What?
15 months,
1 year and 30 days. Correct?
13 months.
13.
13 months,
So 1 year, 12 months on one, 3 months,
30 days.
30 days.
Mhm.
All right.
13 months.
Yes, I want to make sure the docket number. So ending in 6/65, it was 1 year.
Yeah.
And then we have 30 days on one ending in 3/90. A total effective 13 months.
13 months. total. So that, and that will give us the dates that I had stated for the
11/29. I
EOS.
I have the same date, which I just discussed with Mr. Smith a few days ago.
Okay. All right, so now I'll turn over.
Yeah, I agree with the addendum in court. I want to be heard about his background at the appropriate time. As far as what happened in court, that speaks for itself once again.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna announce my findings in regards to the charges. So regarding charge 1, if you find he violated conditional bail laws, obedience to the law based on his conviction of sale of narcotics substance, second offense, and possession of controlled substance, first offense, and received a TES sentence of 1 year and 30 days or 13 months. This is also supported by the exhibits A, C, and E. Regarding charge 2, I do find you violate conditioned drugs based on evidence provided, exhibits A, C, and E, as well as the convictions that I just stated. So that includes the fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make a recommendation, council will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend, so if you would like to.
Yes, on behalf of Mr. Smith, my client was paroled on March 16th of 2023, not remanded until October 30th of 2025. So he was out for a good stretch of time. Mr. Smith is 36 years old. He does have 3 children who's in contact with all of them. Upon his previous release, he was sponsored by his grandmother, Ms. Smith, in Hamden. He was there until he was remanded in October of 2025. He did report to us. He did complete the New England Tractor Trailing School in Bridgeport. He did obtain his CDLA in 2023. He did have a full-time job for AMI Transportation out of West Haven. He was there for approximately 14 months. And prior to remand, he was in the process of establishing his own trucking business, Night and Day Transportation LLC. He indicated to us he did obtain the necessary DOT numbers, so he was about to start that business. As far as his housing, he is amenable to being sponsored by his grandmother again, Ms. Smith. I provided you with her address and her phone number is also listed. As far as work, he does want to renew his CDL license. As I previously stated, he did complete schooling for that. He is able to return to AMI Transportation in West Haven, and he does want to start his own trucking business, and he's amenable to any treatment recommendation. Jermaine, anything I left out about your background or what you want to do when you get out? If you want to add anything that you feel I missed, now's your opportunity.
No, that's okay. Pretty much.
Thank you. So I'll be right with you with a recommendation. There's a few things I'm going to put on the record. I just stated, or as I had just previously stated, the EOS date 11/29/26 on the new charge with 5/15/26 as the TS eligibility date. You are done with special parole on 10/13/26. You were on parole approximately 2 years and 7.5 months before your return to custody on this term of special parole. You did receive the new convictions, as I had just stated. Your officer's recommending full revoke of special parole at this time. And it is noted that this is the same behavior as it was your current behavior that you had in the past. So there's a history of that behavior that we have seen for the new conviction. Based on information I have, I'm going to recommend that parole be revoked and that you remain incarcerated until your special parole completion date of 10/13/26, which is approximately 11.5 months sanction. I'm going to send this to the parole board on June 11th. The board's going to make the final decision. So if they want to release you, they may before your EOS date on that new sentence. well, they would have to, before your end of special parole date, they can release you if they would like to. So you're gonna get this in the mail about a week after June 11th. It'll put what the board's decision is. So if the board does want to let you out, it will have a re-parole date in the conditions if they do want to re-release you again. Do you have any questions?
Would I be able to like go to a halfway house to like further help me assist with getting back into the community?
I mean, I could add halfway house that I can state that you would like to go to one. Are you saying that if they release you, you want to go to a halfway house?
I mean, that would help me transition and, you know, further supervise me, make sure I'm, you know, on the right track.
I can put that if you'd like that to be your first option of housing. Is that what you'd like?
No, I'm saying if it would help me, you know,
Help you what?
get home sooner than.
Well, I think, Jermaine, I know what you're asking. You have to wait to see what the Board of Pardons and Parole does on June 11th.
Okay.
If they hold you till your EOS date on this special parole, which is October 13th, between October 13th and 11/29/26, November 29th, there might be some changes because you're done with this supervision on October 13th, but I can't give you an answer until they meet on June 11th. So if there's a couple of different scenarios. If on June 11th, they say we're adopting the recommendation and they hold you till October 13th on this parole violation, from October 13th to November 29th, and the DOC can release you to halfway house. If they can get you out sooner, they will. If the board holds you until October 30th. So it's about 6 weeks window where you can get out before the 29th.
Okay.
Okay, just wait for the report and everything will be in there. If you have any questions, just give our office a call.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so you're all set, sir. Have a good day.
Good morning.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Good morning, Mr. Devine.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, May 29th, 2026, and this is a hearing of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk. Good morning, Alex Sarkoff. Good morning, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Good morning.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Thomas Devine, 184719.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Thomas Devine, 184719. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, followed by 10-year special parole for assault first serious physical injury. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 18, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed good intentions, bad choices, short track sex offender program, domestic violence, voices, tier 2, anger management, and he works in the laundry. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Devine, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
The reason why I should be granted parole, because my work ethics, and plus after doing this time, it really showed me that this is getting old. Meaning, like, I gotta get out there and do the right thing, work, do my programs, and stay out of trouble this time. And I'm willing to do that. And I also got a friend at home named Jim Palmer, who's my boss, and he's got work for me. So that's one good thing. And besides, I'm going to be looking for like a night job or something to get me going also. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just stay out of trouble and do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Devine, for your opening statement. So what we're going to do is we took a look at your background, what you've done to get here, what you've done since you've been inside, your interview with the parole officer. Based on that, we have some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole. We're going to take turns and ask those questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay? And we're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Sarkov.
Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Devine.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what happened that led to your incarceration?
There was a lot of drinking going on that day. There was an argument that was starting, and at the time I was homeless, living in a tent, and I was trying to avoid the conversation, avoid everything, and I was trying to get out of the tent, and she was hitting me in the back with a 10-pound sledgehammer, and at that moment I reacted to it, and I punched her, and I broke her nose, and I was wrong for it.
So you punched her with what, with your fist or with a sledgehammer?
No, I punched her
With your fist?
with my fist. She was saying otherwise, but it was a punch. And then after that, I left. I took off.
How do you think the victim was affected?
Huh?
How do you think the victim was affected?
Scared, frightened, pretty much of, everything.
And why did you have a sledgehammer to begin with?
I had that because out in the woods there were animals, like coyotes, stuff like that, coming around the area. I had it inside the tent for protection.
You said drinking was a big part of what happened?
Huh?
Drinking was a big part of what happened?
Yeah.
And you've done a lot of programs during this period of incarceration.
Yes, I have. Basically, I worked through my whole bid. That was my main thing, to keep busy.
Yeah. You were working, right? Is there a program that was particularly helpful to you?
Huh?
Was there a program that was helpful to you?
I would say anger management, because I do have anger issues.
Okay, and what did you learn from that?
That I need to think before I react. Because at the moment when I was drunk, I wasn't thinking straight. I was thinking, trying to, avoid everything, try to get out of the tent, and I couldn't because the zipper was stuck. And at the moment, I was getting hit, and I didn't know what to do. So I turned around, and I swung. It was stupid.
What about problem sexual behavior? What did you learn from that?
What's that?
You took problem sexual behavior treatment?
What I learned from that, what's the word? Just be aware of things. Don't let your guard down, stuff like that. Don't be around young people who trying to hit on you and stuff like that. I learned a few things from that.
How about domestic violence?
Domestic violence. Yeah, I learned a lot from that. Don't react to certain things. Try to, walk away from things, which I wish I did. I mean, this is like my third domestic, and it's always with drinking, or the heat of the moment. But yeah, domestic. Yeah, I learned a lot from that. When I get out, I'm never gonna pick up a drink again. I'm done.
Okay,
I'm
so
50.
let's talk about that. What is your relapse prevention plan? How are you going to stay sober in the community?
Just stay around the right people, or, just keep myself busy. Because when I'm keeping myself busy, I don't drink. If I'm hanging around with people that do drink, then I'm gonna drink. But that's the thing. I'm just gonna keep busy. I mean, like I came in when I was 47, and now I'm 54. I mean, this got to end, and it's all to do with drinking. I can't do it no more, or else I'm gonna die.
Drinking is going to be everywhere when you come out, right? So, what is your actual plan to stay sober other than, I hear that you want to keep working, you'll stay busy. Have you ever done AA meetings or anything like that in the community?
I have. Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts about going back?
Yeah, I do. I just got to find out I know they have AA meetings over at St. Mary's in Milford, and there's another church. I just got to find out the time and everything. I will do that.
What do you have for support in the community? I know you have a friend who offered you a job.
Yeah.
We've read about that. Do you have anyone else who you talk to?
Nah, my dad, he passed away when I was in here. And that's another reason I need to stay out there. Too many people passing away.
Sorry to hear about your dad.
Yeah, I have some family members, but if I'm in here, they won't talk to me.
What do you think is going to be different this time when you're released? Because you've been on supervision before quite a number of times. You haven't done well, and you have a very concerning record. That's it.
What's going to be different is I need to keep myself out of trouble. And the best way to do that is just stay away from, stay away from the troubles, I mean, just stay clean, go to AA meetings. I am going to put myself in night school too when I get up. There's a lot of things I want to do to change all of my behavior. I don't want to come back.
Right, and whatever happens today here, you are being released very soon, right? Your end of sentences looks like November. So we're really just talking about a difference of about 5 months or so between your eligibility and end of sentence. Well, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Board Member Rodriguez. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dubai, why were you homeless?
Because I had places to go, but I wanted to see if I could do it on my own. And I started living in a tent doing it. I was doing good, working every day. But then I picked up, started drinking, and from there I just got so used to being homeless.
Yeah, how long were you homeless?
At that time, I was homeless for 3 years.
Yeah. I'm just trying to, and I know you're going to be getting out pretty soon. So either way, you'll have to figure this out. But just trying to figure out how you create some sort of support network for yourself in those kind of situations. You don't have transportation, right?
No.
You have a car. Do you have a license?
No.
So you're not driving. I'm working with several concerns that I have for you. And some of that may have led to your unsuccessful releases in the past. And now you've got 10 years of special parole to follow, which means they're going to be looking at you very closely.
Yeah.
And if you mess up, what's gonna happen? You're gonna end up back there again.
Yeah.
Have you done any work to try to figure out how you create a stronger support network for yourself? Because
The only,
you called shelters, have you, I mean, are you gonna buy another tent? What's your plan in terms of your housing situation?
my plan is, when I do get out, to talk to my boss, well, my friend Jim, to see if I can.
He wrote a very nice letter for you.
Yeah.
And I read that he wants you to come back, but how is that gonna help your housing?
Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to apply for Section 8. But I'm gonna ask him if I could stay with him until I do get something.
You don't have any family members
I
that
do.
you get
but-
along with anymore? Or did you burn those bridges?
No, I get along with them. It's just the problem is me getting in trouble with the law.
Yeah. The problem is probably you're drinking and you're not being able to stay sober.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably one of your big problems. And, that concerns me too, because how do you build that network around yourself to be able to give you, some way to kind of, when you find yourself in those moments, and being homeless must create a lot of stressful moments for you.
It was.
Yeah.
The only thing I can say is do the right thing. The right thing is just show up for my appointments, work, and just work harder this time, because it's definitely going to be a lot tougher for me this time than it was last.
Yeah, it is. And not having that housing situation straightened out, it's going to make it even more difficult for you. You did have one disciplinary report in November.
Yeah.
Last year. What happened?
It was over a clothesline. I had my towel up and I took it down. And then around 3 o'clock, that's when the shift was changing. But when he came by the cube, and then when he went to the desk, I put my towel back up, and he came back over and he said, "That's it. I'm giving you a ticket."
You have a protective order that goes to 2052.
Yeah.
What's your situation with that individual?
I don't talk to that individual. I don't know anything, what's going on with that individual. Nothing.
Kind of wish you had worked on setting up more of a support system for yourself during this situation. And I realize you took Tier 2 quite a while ago. You haven't taken it recently, right?
What's that?
Tier 2, you haven't taken it recently.
Yeah, I did Tier 2.
When did you, I have you completing it in 2020?
Over in Cheshire.
It was a while back.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Devine, thank you for answering my questions. Those are really some concerns I really have for you. And I kind of wish you had worked a little bit more on your release plan to look at how you're going to deal with this housing issue for yourself.
Well, if I could get to a halfway house and start off from there,
yeah,
I mean, that could be something.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering my questions.
Okay.
Good luck to you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you, Board Member Rodriguez. Good morning, Mr. Devine.
Good morning.
So the problem that I see here, really, the problem was intoxication, I think, again, right?
Yeah.
So just going out and looking up a meeting is a start, right? But the people that you need to put in your life are in those meetings, right?
Yeah.
And if I were you, I would start to look for sober housing, right? So there's a halfway house, but where do we go from there? Right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of sober housing out there, right? That would be the first step. right? And getting to meetings and getting support, right? Bridgeport has got a lot of recovery-based resources. One of the best CCAR recovery community centers there are is in Bridgeport.
Okay.
And they have recovery coaches there, and recovery coaches know what the resources are in the community.
Okay.
So I think part of what you're dealing with is some lack of guidance, right? Because you don't know what's out there that you can utilize to help yourself, right?
Yeah.
You got a friend that has a company that's going to give you a job, but you're in a halfway house and that only goes on for so long. And then what do I do next? Right?
Okay.
So if you follow through on that stuff, you know, you pick up a drink again, you know where you're going to end up, right?
Yeah. Right back here.
And that's, you know, so if you take care of the one problem you have, all of the others will take care of themselves. Right?
Yep.
Have you ever had a period of sobriety in the community?
What's that?
Have you ever had a period of sobriety in the community?
No, not lately. No.
You know, and that's the thing. It's something that's worth giving a shot to, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I just hope you take advantage of the resources that are out there, and know as well that parole officer who will supervise you on your special parole and discretionary, if you get it, is somebody that can help you. You know, it's get to the place where you have the things that you need, so you don't have to drink and you can be in the community and live your life, right?
Yeah.
You don't look like the kind of guy that belongs in prison. But we drink, and where do we end up, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to take and talk about your case here for a few minutes, and then we're going to give you a decision, and after that, okay?
Okay.
Board Member Sutko.
Sure. Mr. Devine was on probation for serious offense when he committed an offense of assault in first degree. He has quite a criminal history, dates back years. He really has not done well in supervision in the past. On the positive side, he's completed quite a number of positive programs. He didn't give us a ton of insight from those programs, but the fact that he took them is a very good thing, and he's done a lot. From sexual behavior treatment, tier 2, voices, good intentions, bad choices, and domestic violence. He's been working consistently. So he does have 1 DR, his full-time incarceration, 1 disciplinary report, and sort of non-violent nature. The issue that we've all highlighted is lack of a kind of concrete relapse prevention plan and really release plan, but especially relapse prevention plan, since much of what's at issue here is about just drinking. He says he wants to stay busy. He looks like a job lined up, which is great. He just needs more. He needs more support. He needs to figure this out. The community. Not a big difference between his EOS and parole eligibility at 85%, about 5 months. So I'm going to be in denial today. He does have 10 years of special parole. We have to set those stipulations too.
Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'm struggling too with the fact that it's, you know, the lack of a real support system on the outside for him. He has done programming, the halfway houses, he thought he wanted to do either Bridgeport or New Haven. Does not have a lot of time left. He could use that time to work on trying to set some things up, maybe connecting with C-Car, if he could do that and start to set some things up for himself. You shared with him by utilizing his parole officer, special parole. I'm kind of struggling with this, I'll be honest with you, because on one level, maybe going to a halfway house and having these months left with some supervision may get him connected to some things where he'd have some people there that would kind of help him. Because I was really a denial in this to begin with. But the more that I'm thinking about, his housing situation was a real concern for me. And I don't know that he can do that, start working on that while he's there. Maybe the supervision between now and the time he and goes on special parole might help him kind of get that started. I mean, so I'm kind of struggling with that right now. I want to hear from you. I mean, I could go with letting him out today, to be honest with you, and kind of give him the supervision to try. But I also hear my colleague too think, he's got all these things that have happened and stuff. So, but I could lean towards discretionary parole.
I think, so for me, where I am here, I think Mr. Devine's problem is centered in alcohol use. And the alcohol use leads to homelessness. The homelessness leads to things like this in the community. And it's, the one thing that he needs to get a handle on is alcohol use. He, in a halfway house, it's a more regimented regulations and things like that are there. Mr. Devine's only offense inside was, putting up a clothesline and twice, which he shouldn't have done because it violates unit rules. But that's the extent of it. I think that if he's going to Bridgeport, and Bridgeport would be good to set him up with some, recovery coaching out of Bridgeport. And it's cars down there, and give him a chance to start this. We're talking.
He's not getting out till next month anyway.
We're talking like, we're talking 5 months.
Yeah.
I could support his parole.
No, I'll be minority. It's okay.
So I have no alcohol, halfway house placement. I have no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission because it's going into construction and he doesn't have a license. Community-based treatment for DV. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have 10 years to work with, but he's on special parole. So problem sexual behavior treatment. That's it. And no contact with victim CB.
And CK. And C. I'm pleased with it with the PO and maybe no contact.
General no contact.
PO, the protected borders.
With C. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? All right. So regarding Thomas Devine, 184-719, I move to grant parole on or after June 18th, 2026, with the following stipulations that will apply to his discretionary and special parole supervision, along with standard parole conditions. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, behavior management for domestic violence, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with victim CB, a general no contact with previous victim CK. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no.
Right.
And by a vote of 2-1, Mr. Devine, you've been voted to parole and you've heard our concerns. And I highly suggest that you get out there and put together a recovery plan. Talk to your parole officer, get in touch with CCAR. Because if you don't, you already said you know where you're going.
And you're gonna have some time to do that now. Just start doing some of that work now. You have a tablet?
Huh?
You have a tablet?
Yeah, I got a tablet.
Use that tablet, start connecting with some people on the outside now. Don't wait until you get out.
Take the decision.
No, I'll take that.
You take it.
So how much time I got? Like, am I going to a halfway house or?
June 18th is on or after. Not before June 18th, so sometime after June 18th.
Okay,
Your parole officer will explain everything to you prior to your release.
okay.
Okay.
Okay,
This concludes the parole hearing for Thomas Devine, 184719. You're all set, Mr. Devine. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
okay, thank you. Thank you, guys.
I'll take one of yours. Just one that you have. I'll write that. Okay.
Mr. Davis next.
Who would you say?
Mr. Davis.
Davis. Okay, thank you. What's up, Gail?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, May 29th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Alex.
Good morning, Panelmember Rodriguez.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Logan.
Also in attendance is the board's psychologist. Mr. Davis, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Stephen Davis, 392-729.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application Stephen Davis, 392-729. He is serving a sentence of 14 years, execution suspended after serving 5 years, followed by 5 years probation for 3 counts of possession with intent to sell a narcotic substance. He has a violation of probation. The underlying charges are conspiracy to commit robbery first, prior armed threat. He has another violation of probation. Underlying charge is murder and conspiracy to commit assault first, aided by others. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 19th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices, embracing fatherhood, and tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Davis, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe in the grant parole. You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. I would like to start with my first. You have an opportunity to read my letter. Thank you, sir. I said, since the moment I was incarcerated, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Since the moment I was sentenced, I remain on a positive path I have already begun before my incarceration. Becoming a father just prior to my arrest was a major turning point in my life. It gave me a sense of responsibility that reshaped how I saw the world. I began taking my life more seriously and knew I had to build a future not only for myself, but for my child. My goal is simply to have the opportunity to return home and continue proving that true change is possible. In the time leading up to my sentencing, I enrolled in online collegiate courses through Ohio University, completed coursework for my CDL, and volunteered with Harry Bell, who runs a charitable nonprofit organization in Fairfield County. These experiences helped me see the importance of staying grounded, contributing to my community, and making wiser choices. My greatest obstacle before prison was employment. Being unemployed led me to make harmful decisions. Since then, I've taken meaningful steps to prepare myself for a better future. I developed discipline, maintained employment within the prison warehouses, and built a strong relationship with my uncle, Warren Godbolt, who has committed to help me secure and maintain employment upon release. When I stood before the judge at sentencing, it was hard because I felt I had finally started getting my life in order. I was encouraged when the judge acknowledged my progress and told me to continue the path I was on. She shared that she had previously sentenced both my brother and his father and noted that I was on a different, more positive trajectory. Sadly, 2 months after my sentencing, I lost my brother to gun violence. That pain could have pulled me backwards, but I chose to honor his life by continuing to transform mine for him, our children, God, and myself. I have completed all the programs listed on my offender accountability plan, maintained consistent employment during my incarceration, and strengthened my support system through honesty and transparency. My family and mentors can attest to the growth they witnessed in me. This request for parole, which is about my accountability and redemption, would allow me to return home under supervision while continuing to live with intention and discipline. I want to show the young men in my community that change is possible. My ultimate goal is to return to facilities like this and speak to others who are incarcerated to show them that if I could change, so can they. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my request.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You were done, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just didn't want to cut you off there. So thank you for that opening statement. It was very meaningful. I'm sorry about the loss of your brother. And I'm glad that you had that moment to reflect and that the judge in your sentencing saw that you were changing gears there and headed in a positive direction. And that's what it looks like here with some of the programs that you've taken and things like that. So what we're going to do is we've read about your background, all of the things related to the case, what you've accomplished since you've been inside, based upon in your interview with the parole officer. Based upon that, we're going to ask you some questions, and we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you were on probation, and what happened?
The first time that I got in trouble for trying to sell narcotics, it was sort of like I was rushing into things, like trying to better a situation that I didn't really fully understand. I tried to explain to Ms. Logan, from being incarcerated from the age of 17 all the way up to the age of 20, when I was 25. When I went home, a lot of people just expected me to just know how to do things, like how to get an apartment, how to get a car, how to pay for insurance, how to pay bills, etc., things like that. And I didn't know a lot of those things. So when things financially started coming at me from this angle, that angle, like I was confused, and lack of judgment caused me to be impatient. So I ended up picking up like marijuana, and that's how I originally got charged. And then coming back from that, trying to pay people back just caused it to go into like a snowball effect. Then it was hard to like slow it down. And not only that, I started going to NA in here. So when I started going to NA, I started learning a lot of different things and started seeing a lot of things that I didn't look at originally that reshaped the way I look at them now. So originally I didn't look at drugs as, this is like really a hindrance to somebody's life, because I'm thinking like, all right, if they want some type of drug or anything like that, then they probably want to party or things like that. But going to these NA meetings every week and listening to these guys' story, like they're not only showing me, but they're letting me know like, nah, like this is a sickness. And I'm looking at them like they're right. Like, I don't know, after listening to stories like that, who want to be a part of that sickness, that suffering. But, and they also helped me see that I had a lot of issues for me myself.
So how often do you go to recovery-based meetings in the facility?
Here they're weekly. They're every Thursday.
How was last night's meeting?
Last night I wasn't able to attend. I was trying to get some rest for today.
Okay. So your most recent meetings, how did those go?
Oh, the most recent ones, they're very informative, and like they're really emotionally impactful, because you hear stories that you don't really expect to hear, or some things that you may only like just assume like, nah, I'll only hear this in like a movie or something. But listen to these guys like really tell you like, this is what I'm going through, this is what I went through, this is what drugs put me through. Then them telling me like, even though if you was just smoking weed, like that's gonna put you on a slippery slope as well. So we talk a lot about building on like not just dipping into things, because you may think like, okay, I'm strong enough to just take a little bit of some weed, or I'm strong enough to take this shot now. I've been doing good for this amount of years, but it's all about accountability and finding partnership and brotherhood within the NA community. But like those meetings, like they helped me a lot, more so than I thought, because they told me like when I came to prison, I was 130 pounds, soaking wet. Like that wasn't healthy, but I'm not really looking at it like it's an issue, because I swore that I didn't have a problem. I was like, nah, I don't have a problem. But even like the little things, like as soon as we start the meeting, when you announce your name, I have to say, hi, my name's Savon Davis, I'm an addict. And every time I said it, like I started to realize like, nah, I really had a problem. Like it's like open accountability, which is something that we all pride ourselves on when we in those meetings. But the meetings, they're very good. I plan to go to more.
That's good. So I heard you, I just want to stay with that so that I won't have to come back to it later. But so I heard you say that you want to get out and be able to come back.
Yes.
So the panel that comes in there, how many guys come in?
Just 2 guys. It's a voluntary basis. Like nobody makes them come. Just like NA, nobody makes us go there. It's not mandated. But right. Just 2 guys.
So the same 2 guys all the time?
So far, I never seen anyone new.
Okay. And you want to someday be able to do that?
Not just that. Also, I was talking to my uncle. Right now he's currently running for a Senate seat in Bridgeport. That's my sponsor now. But he told me that he may be able to help me get into the juvenile centers so I could talk to the kids. Because I was explaining to him that growing up, even though I always knew about prison and things like that, I never really knew anybody that came up and spoke to us about prison, or was actually like really just kept it real about the hardships that people go through prison. Like when people would come home, I'll ask them like, hey, like, how was that experience? And they just may be like, oh, it was nothing, or that time flew by, but they don't really talk about the hardships. Like they don't talk about the nights they spent in there crying. They don't talk about how much they was missing their families, their kids. They don't really talk about like how hungry they was that night. Like they're not really giving the younger generation a real effect to where they could really see and hear that and know like, all right, this isn't what I want for myself, for my future. Because it's like almost like they're glorifying it. But I was like, if I could go there, talk to these young kids or anybody that'll listen to me, then I want that opportunity, because that's what I try to do in here now. even with the programs that I've taken some of these programs in my last sentence, so I had the opportunity to help facilitate some of these programs now.
And that's, certainly that's something that needs to be in the forefront of your mind. It's like, what is it that I've been able to come through without being on substances? And, you know, when I dedicate myself to rehabilitation and personal growth and things like that, you know, what is it that I can accomplish? You know? So, I mean, one of the there's violation of probations, and I usually, you know, don't go into what's there, but I just, there's serious offenses. So I want to talk a little bit about that. Can you tell me on the underlying, what happened there?
That day, well, to give you the full scope of the situation, it all led up to a friend of mine named Kia Janae. We called her Nuno. She passed away after a party. We were sitting on the porch, and during that time, somebody came up and they just started firing shots, and she was struck in the head. I think after that time, like me being so young and emotional, because at the time I think I was about 16 years old, like I didn't really know how to deal with that or process that, seeing that happen right in front of me. So I think I was just doing anything to like try to make myself feel better. So I'm trying to smoke, I'm trying to like be around my friends, and like we really just getting into all types of stupid foolery, because like we just don't really know how to cope with what we just seen. But the day of the case, it was me, my friend Kyle Brody, another kid, Tyson Anderson. We hopped in the car, but when we got in the car, like our intentions wasn't really to like do anything. But while we was riding around, I remember Tyson screaming out like, "Yo, that's them right there, that's them." Then I remember seeing like my friend Kyle, like he rolled down the window. So when he started like letting out shots, and all the other shots started ringing out, I'm like, oh snap, this is crazy. Like for me, it happened so fast, probably like, I want to say seconds. It had to be about 4 or 5 seconds. Then I remember us racing back to the place where we just was. Then I remember like trying to go home and trying to calm myself down, trying to cope. And I remember turning on the news and seeing like everything that happened. I remember just breaking down. I was like I'm telling G like, yo, like we gotta probably like, I'm telling him like we gotta like turn ourselves in. Like, but he was like, nah. But we ended up getting charged with it like soon after that anyway. But I didn't even like it just happened fast. And, like I still feel the effects of that today. Because I remember like being, when I was first going through my prison sentence, like I didn't really know how to talk about it because the case was open. So like when the case was finally over and I actually could talk about it and talk to people that actually been through situations like that, like I remember being in the TRUE program, and I remember breaking down crying with a lot of guys, and most of the guys, like they had like charges like that. So I remember we just sitting there and I'm just breaking down, because one of the guys, he told me, he said, one of the things I noticed about you, say one, is that you have a great respect for life. Because I never wanted to put myself in that situation like that again. Even when I went home, like I didn't put myself nowhere near a gun. I didn't want to see a gun. I don't want to buy a gun. I don't want no gun in my house. Like I never wanted to go back and be the person responsible for something like that again, or like even like close to responsible.
And there's, just to point out, there wasn't a gun involved in this situation, correct?
Oh, no, sir.
Right. So just why you said it, just, you said when you were in the TRUE program, you finished the TRUE program?
Yes, sir.
So with what they taught you in the TRUE program, what are you doing in prison?
Like the true program, they helped me a lot. They taught me a lot of things, especially with.
I understand what they teach. My question was, when you going through the true program, what are you doing back in prison? You know better.
Yes, sir.
Those guys work really hard to try to deliver it for you. You know, so hopefully that's where, after this happened, I don't know, was that part of the catalyst to change that the judge saw? What was it? That you realized? Go ahead, talk to that a little bit.
I'm sorry, I didn't really hear the last part. Before the catalyst to change.
Yeah, so was the true program part, you said that the judge saw change.
Yes, sir.
Was the true program part of that catalyst once you got caught here, not once, right, but twice?
The true program was, last time I was there was 2020. But it was a great catalyst. But the biggest catalyst for my change was really getting custody of my son. Once I got custody of my son, like I stopped doing anything that was like negative, because I seen it as like, if he sees me doing this, then he's gonna grow up thinking that it's okay to do this. I got custody of my son probably early 2022, almost around my birthday, almost June. But after I got custody, I moved out of Bridgeport. I got an apartment in Waterbury. I was working with this company called Inline Plastics, and I was also doing the flagging. So I was trying to work multiple jobs. I stayed away from Bridgeport. That's when I started doing the online classes for Ohio. But I only started doing those online classes because I was in the CDL program at NETS. So me doing the CDL program, I was having different conversations with guys, meeting different people, and they're telling me about better ways to manage my money. And one of those things was like stocks, bonds, but they told me that if I take these online classes, that like it'll basically project me to basically a further understanding, because there was things that they said that they couldn't tell me or couldn't show me that I had to learn through school. So that's when I started going through the classes. And I think that's more so what the judge was speaking about, everything I was doing before coming to prison.
All right. So you want to go with your uncle in Bridgeport, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're, I know that you talked about your CDL and that you're taking classes and such. Right away, what are you looking to do for employment?
Right away, I was just having a conversation with him 2 days ago. But he has a friend named William. He says he's one of the top building contractors in our state. He owns a construction company and a trucking company. He asked me if I had my driver's license, high school diploma. I let him inform me that I did. Kind of had like an on-phone interview. But he said that he has an apprenticeship for me, ready for me as soon as I'm released. So he said I'll be working during the day, and if I want to basically enhance my payments, then I have to go through night school. But he said the class is only about one night a week, so it won't be hard to maintain.
Good. And I mean, that's pretty much it for me. Board member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Mr. Davis, I just want to go back to something that my colleague touched on. You took the TRUE program.
Yes, sir.
Why did that, and that was before this happened, before these new charges, why didn't it stick? Why didn't what you learned in the TRUE program stick? Since it's I mean, for us, it's a pretty renowned program. It's a well-known program. It functions beautifully. It works with young men. What happened? Why didn't that work for you?
I think to answer that, I have to go back to the day I was released, because and because I don't want to say it didn't work, because a lot of it stuck with me. Even now, a lot of it stuck with me because I was one of the people in the first groups, the first waves of the True program. So like we still was helping build it from the ground up. Like prior to the day I was released, I probably was home about a few hours after my incarceration. And I didn't know like a lot of the things that the people was going through out there. So I don't really know I didn't know the situations with everybody, but my mom, she had through a cookout, like just basically trying to welcome me home, trying to invite some family. And one of my little cousins, when he showed up to the party, another party like showed up and like they started shooting and he died right there. I think that kind of shocked my system a little bit after being away for so long, not being around anything like that. Then seeing that, like that kind of put me in the house. Like I was worried about going outside for almost about 2 months. So by the time I did start going outside and trying to like maintain, get a job, then had the pressure of my mom telling me like, you got to get a job, you got to pay for this, you got to pay for that. And me not really knowing how to do these things, I think that put the pressure on me to start doing those other things, like not necessarily like I had to, just feeling like I got to do something to help. I got to do this, I got to do that. And I know me staying with my uncle, I won't have those same pressures. And God willing, I don't go through that situation again.
Well, I mean, it is kind of concerning that you would take a program like that and then find yourself right back in that situation. And the reality is, no matter when you go out and outside, you're going to have stressful situations that are going to occur for you. I mean, they may not be as traumatic as someone being shot or something like that, but you're going to have stressful situations for yourself. And my concern would be, are you going to be able to utilize the tools and skills that you learned from the programs that you've taken? And you've taken some good programming.
Yes, sir.
Or are you going to fall back into following the crowd or hanging out or smoking weed again? I mean, I think I read where you said you didn't need a substance abuse program when you're released. Do you still feel that way?
No. Now I feel like I want to continue going to the NA meetings.
This interview wasn't that long ago, was it?
No, sir. It was about 6 years ago.
This interview was not 6 years ago. This interview, your interview with your parole officer for this hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Yes, sir. That was a few weeks ago.
Yeah, a few weeks ago. So what changed your mind between then and now about needing some substance abuse counseling or programming?
I think I was just trying to explain that I don't think I needed it to be mandatory. That's something that I want to do on my own. As far as like going to the NA meetings, because I go to the NA meetings weekly, so I want to be a volunteer. I want to help out. I don't think it has to be mandated because that's already something I want to do.
I was hearing that you were connecting with how substance abuse and your marijuana use and stuff, it could be something that triggers you to things. And so that you felt that was you said you were calling yourself an addict when you went to the meetings, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So on some level, you're kind of seeing yourself as having an issue with addiction, but yet not. I mean, I just wasn't following that thinking. That's all. Just based on what I was hearing today.
Did he maybe mean inpatient or outpatient treatment?
I don't know. I just when I basically didn't really needed substance abuse programs. And then for me it would be voluntary, but still, and your charges are serious, right?
Yes, sir.
You got some serious things have happened with you. So I mean, I'm kind of struggling with that a little bit, just so you know. I think you sound pretty good today. To be honest with you, but you're a little more grown up now. You're 30.
Yes, sir.
You're a lot younger you were younger when some of these things happened.
Yes, sir.
Maybe the judge, saw something positive in you since he gave you the lesser end of your sentence. So I'm not going to take that away, but I mean, I do share that concern that I'm not sure, whether you're telling us something you think we want to hear or whether, you're really serious about really wanting to put your life back together. Because you sure can't go on like this, and you're going to have probation to follow.
Yes, sir.
And if you mess up, you're gonna end up back in there again, but probably for a much longer time. And you're a young man. I mean, you should be trying to pull yourself together at this point.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't have any additional questions. Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Davis. And listen, I do wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you, sir.
I hope things go well.
Board Member Circa. Good. Anything further? All right, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. So, Mr. Davis is back with 2 counts of possession with intent to sell. Violation of probation. Well, it's not a charge of violation of probation because it was vacated or terminated. But possession with intent to sell. He has spoken to how things have changed for him. He has acknowledged that when he went back for sentencing here, that the judge did talk about him being on a different trajectory than in the past. He has, while he was out there, he did a number of positive things in terms of college stuff online. And he, when he is back in, and obviously growing up and having spent a good part of the last 10 years incarcerated, he has been employed with Prison Warehouse. Catalyst for some change here that he recognized was the loss of his brother to gun violence 2 months after the sentence. He talked about going out and being overwhelmed. It's not a buy on this, but he felt like he wasn't prepared. And it makes sense that would be a place where he was based upon how early he was incarcerated. He's connected with NA. He likes the support, the camaraderie that was there. And he feels that he's trying to build on things. He sees himself more accountable. Talked about fatherhood and how that has changed somewhat. And he has a sponsor in the community. He's got an opportunity to better himself vocationally and with employment at the same time. He does have one ticket that was over 2 years ago for a fight just after he was sentenced in this case. I think he's headed in the right direction from everything that I've seen and read, and I would support giving him an opportunity. Board Member Sarkov.
Mr. Chair. I think we're all concerned that Mr. Davis served quite a long time, I believe 8 years. His previous bid participated in the True Unit, and by all accounts has done really well during his previous period of incarceration, which led to his discretionary parole at the time. And now he's back. I have 3 counts of possession with intent. I might be wrong. Go ahead.
Yes.
I
think that's pretty clear.
April of 21.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, he's done very well. He's completed all his OAP programs. He's been working in the facility. He has good family support structure in the community. So I am going to support discretionary parole. I do think he's really right on the chances going forward. Sentences will get longer and longer. I really don't think he wants to be back there, so I will support discretionary parole today. Just wanted to raise some of the concerns.
Absolutely.
I shared my concern early on, because, but I'm in agreement as well. He sounds pretty good today. He's done his program, I know what else he could do for the next 16 months or whatever's left in his sentence. He's gonna be on discretionary parole. He's, if he messes up, he's gonna be right back where he's at, serving the rest of his time. And finding himself probably in a bad space. He has 5 years of probation to follow, so he's got lots of supervision to follow and lots of opportunity to be able to utilize those services available to him to make his life better.
Yes, sir.
And to not find himself where he's at today. So I will also be supporting the discussion.
I have a general no contact with 4 underlying co-defendants.
Correct.
And I have July 29th, July 19th. So regarding Savon Davis, 392729, I move to grant parole on July 19th, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions. General no contact with Kyle Brody, Tyshawn Anderson, Jamal Hamilton, and Abbas Mohammed. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Davis, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release. And get out there and keep moving on that positive path. And get connected with that NA community out in the Bridgeport area, will you?
Yes, sir.
You're all set, Mr. Davis. This concludes the parole hearing for Savon Davis, 392729. You'll get all your paperwork next week.
Yes, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Have a good day, Ms. Logan.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So, bro,
Can you give us 1 second?
Mr. Tucker next.
no, that's.
Thank you.
I have no objection to that.
Yep, very much.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Tucker.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, May 29th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify that they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Alex Zuckoff.
Morning, panel member Rodriguez.
James Tucker.
Second. Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Mr. Tucker, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
James Tucker, 406899.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for James Tucker, 406899. He is serving a sentence of 2 years and 1 day, followed by 7 years special parole for criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, or deadly weapon. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 9th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Catholic Charities Parenting and the Alternatives to Violence workshop. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Tucker, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First and foremost, I want to take full responsibility and ownership of my crime It meant that I knowingly made the wrong choices which led me to serve this sentence. I know having a weapon as a felon is wrong, which affected my children, community, and myself. I am remorseful for my actions of bringing a weapon into my community and putting my life or someone else's life at risk. If granted parole moving forward, I will give my all to not put myself in any situations or areas where I think I would need a weapon. I think I should be granted parole because I've learned from my mistakes throughout my journey. I believe I have shown growth because I have only received one disciplinary report during this time of incarceration and have learned from that mistake. I know parole is a privilege that must be earned, and I'm prepared to follow all parole conditions, work closely, and seek help from anyone supervising me. I want to prove that through my actions, that I'm ready to return to society and live a productive and law-abiding life. I participated in the AVP program, which taught me different ways to handle and deal with conflicts in life and walk away from situations without acting out of anger. I've also participated in a fatherhood program, which taught me more and helpful parenting skills when dealing with my children. I have 3 boys and 1 daughter who needs me the most. I've also been engaging with DCF and following steps to gain custody of my 18-month-old. Currently, my sisters and I are working on relocation outside of Hartford into a more positive environment that will help me continue making better decisions to stay on the right path. I signed up for life coping skills and daily routines to maintain employment. My sister has seek help with Capital Region, which is a mental health program, and they are willing to work with me my first week of release. As far as my music career, music has helped me build confidence and deal with anxiety. I've constantly shown that music has been a positive and constructive outlet for me, gaining a fan base of kids and teenagers from all over who look up to me and who I sadly let down because of my incarceration. I am focused on staying positive and becoming financially independent through music, which I use to stay focused and motivated. Once again, I understand the seriousness of my actions and truly am remorseful for hurting my community, loved ones, and my children, and I take full accountability. I respectfully ask the board to consider my progress and support system. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. So we've read about your background, what you've accomplished since you've been in, your time on special parole, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at suitability for parole. We're going to take turns and ask those questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give your decision. Okay?
All right.
And we'll start questions today with Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, good morning, Mr. Tucker.
Good morning.
And thank you for your opening statement.
No problem. You're welcome. Thank you for hearing me.
You covered some areas there that, would have had some questions on. I don't have any questions of those areas anymore. Here's one big concern that I have. You were on special parole.
Yeah.
You committed this offense. For what?
You said, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What were you on special parole for?
Oh, criminal intent to commit assault first.
Right. And in that, and then you turn around while you're on special parole and you pick up a firearm. Why?
Protection. I made a mistake that I had got to live with.
It wasn't just a mistake. It was a choice you made. Because
Right.
you knew you were on special parole.
Right.
And you knew you weren't supposed to get a weapon.
Right.
So you made a choice to do that.
Yeah.
What drove that? I'm trying to find out what drove that choice, because you put yourself in such jeopardy. I mean, if we deny it today, we could deny it till the end of your special parole.
Yeah.
Why would you make that choice?
Not thinking. Not like.
Well, you said you needed it for protection.
Yeah, but
protection from what?
That was because just living in Hartford. That's why I'm trying to relocate now.
Mr. Tucker, there are a lot of people who live in Hartford who don't carry weapons.
Yeah.
And I'm going to guess a lot of people in your area, where I'm guessing you're saying the area that you lived in was a dangerous area.
Yes.
Yes. That probably live in that area too that are not carrying weapons.
Correct.
Were you doing something that really that necessitated you to have a weapon, or were you selling drugs?
No. I was at a grave site for one of my brothers that passed away.
Passed away naturally or passed away because they were killed?
Gun violence.
So even that, that exposure didn't even prevent you from not carrying a weapon. Did you have a license to carry a weapon?
No, sir.
Did you practice shooting the gun?
No, sir.
I mean, recipe for problems. Did you smoke marijuana?
No.
You didn't smoke, but I have that you did. You did use marijuana.
Yeah, no, I haven't smoked marijuana in 3 years.
Well, you're scored a 3 on your substance abuse score. And you have, and you have an addiction services on your OAP.
Right.
And have you taken a tier program?
Say it again, I didn't hear you.
Have you taken a tier program?
I signed up for tier 2.
Okay, but you haven't taken it yet. You haven't taken it yet.
No, Alcohol Anonymous and Gamblers Anonymous, I signed up for.
You signed up for Gamblers Anonymous?
Alcohol Anonymous and tier 2.
Are you attending any AA meetings?
No, I'm not. I'm in the next one coming up.
How about you also had new thoughts on your OAP, which is would give you an opportunity to kind of at least give you some skill sets around how you make decisions and how you make your choices and how how you do improve your life in terms of how you manage your life. Have you taken that?
No, they haven't put me in it yet.
Okay. So those are 2 concerned areas that I have for you, that you haven't been able to complete those 2 programs. And for me at this point, having read the information I've read about you, having heard your opening statement, I'm really leaning towards wanting to see you take that programming to kind of just give you better information and better tools so that when you are released, you can utilize those out in the community more effectively for yourself to prevent you from having to come back.
Right.
To prison. Do you still see the need to take some additional programming?
Yes, I don't see why not.
Yeah. You think it'd be good for you?
Yeah. Additional programming, yeah.
Did you say there's no programs there?
No, I said additional programming, yes.
Okay.
This program, yeah. It's
Okay.
a waiting list.
So tell me a little bit, if you were released today, tell me a little bit about your release plan.
Well, I have a plan to work with this mental health program. They're going to work with me my first week of release, get me a job, better myself. I'm gonna stay.
You mentioned CDL.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a trade just to stay out the way, get my CDLs, go on the road, make some money, take care of my family.
Do you currently have a license? Do you currently have a license?
No, it's expired.
What's your plan around that?
I have to go back to the DMV and do my permit over.
Okay, I think that's probably a good good thinking. How you need to figure out how you're going to get to that. And you're going to be sponsored by your sister?
Yes.
And where is that going to be at? What town?
Hartford.
So you're going back to Hartford?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you see any risk factor in that for yourself?
I feel like I made mistakes in the past that I learned from. Having a gun, that wasn't the right choice to make. And I feel like I learned from that situation, and I'm learning right now, like this situation that I'm in right now, this predicament that I put myself in, it wasn't worth it.
Yeah. This is not the first time you've been in a situation. You've had an opportunity to be released into the community 4 other times. In the course of those releases, and I think one of them, you escaped.
Yeah.
What's going to make this release more successful for you?
Well,
because you have 7 years of special parole. You have your parole to follow.
Yes.
It's got to have to continue. Your special parole.
When I had escaped from parole, I was 18 years old. I was just trying to, I don't know, I guess I was being a follower back then. But this time I just spent 2 years and some change on parole. I haven't escaped or anything. feel like I proved myself on parole the past 2 years of me being free.
All right. You had a ticket, August for contraband. And in November of 25, you also had a ticket for interfering with safety and security.
Yeah.
What was going on with you? How did you get the contraband?
In August, the SEALs searched my cell and they found something, but I didn't. Me and my cellie went to SAG, but I didn't get hit with that ticket. I got released from SAG with no sanctions. My cellie copped out to the ticket and he had to go to court for whatever they found.
Well, what was all that stuff doing in your cell?
That was his. I don't know.
Okay.
He had took responsibility of that, and he went to court for that.
Okay. Well, listen, I appreciate the work you've done and some of the program that you've taken, the AVP and the Catholic Charities Parenting Program, because that's going to be important for you to be a parent. I'll be honest with you, I do think you still need some more programming to do. But I'm going to pass this on to my colleagues to see where they're at and what they have to say and how you respond to that. And I'll make my decision after that. But I do wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
Board Member Sarko.
Thank you. I don't think I have any additional questions.
Thank you. So your time on special parole wasn't stellar. In fact, you had a rev where you were reincarcerated for 5 months.
Yes.
Got out in January of 25, and then you're caught with three guns in the house?
No.
Am I confused by the case? No, this was by the, yep, you're good. You were caught with the weapon, and I read about the, at the gravesite.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, none of this is any good.
I understand.
And it's frustrating. You're 28 years old. And, prison is not a place for anybody. But, you look at what you had. The last time you came up for parole, you knew better, and you waived your discretionary hearing and just went out on special parole. And now it's like we're back from that with, criminal possession of a firearm. Having just been out for 4 months, 4 months from, or not even 4 months, 3 months from a 5-month sanction on the special parole. And, I know there's a code in there, but the bottom line is that, your cellie's got a K2 business going on out of your cell. And that's like, it's nothing good about that. And I'll tell you, honestly, I'm concerned about public safety. So I hope that you can find a way to do some really positive stuff so that you can change the way things are going for you. There's reentry programs that will teach vocational stuff. I get that music's your business, right? But there's also a need to make sure that if that isn't going well, there's something else where you can sustain yourself and your family, right?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get the trade for CDL, my CDL.
Right. So there's some important things to think about. We're going to talk about your case. We're going to give you a decision. Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. I think I share some of my concerns. John, I mean, he hasn't completed programming yet. I mean, he's had 4 unsuccessful releases. He escaped times, more than once, I think. I escaped once. Brought back when you charge him. Been incarcerated 3 times. His history is not good. I don't have him going out on discretionary parole today. I'm in the denial. I consider bringing him back in 8 months or so to give him some opportunity to do some additional programming, maybe get new thoughts in, the tier program in, but I don't even have time really. DOS.
ZOS is March.
It's March
which is
27.
Yeah, we're not able to bring him back anymore.
I wouldn't have him going out today then.
Board Member Sarkis.
Yeah, so I share some of the same concerns. How the fact that he was on special parole for a serious offense, and he committed another offense about a firearm. I do understand his, explanation been able to provide to us. In terms of the choices for us, obviously, he could be here until his end of special parole, right? My preference would be for him to go out his end of sentence.
Hope he takes some programs before he goes out.
Takes some program before he goes out. We didn't talk about this, but he has a lot of support in the community. A lot of letters of support.
Yeah.
So I don't really think he needs to be here until 2029. I will be okay with him going to the end of sentence.
So I'm going to go in the minority on this one. I would have, for me, and I just stated, based upon the current offense being committed on special parole, I would have kept him for another year after his end of sentence. But I understand where both of you are. So what I have here is no alcohol consumption, no operation of motor vehicle without permission.
No contact.
No contact with our victims RB or JC. No contact with co-defendants TJG, GH, these are co-defendants, Trayvon Jerome Green, George Harris, Frank Garay, Richard T. Williams, and Cafe Betts. Is that what you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what do we have for reasons?
So your denial reasons are what? Current offense committed on
Inadequate evidence of offender change and poor institutional adjustment and inadequate program participation. Those are the things I have.
Inadequate.
I didn't have evidence of offender change. Not against that.
I only had because he didn't finish the programs for me, and I felt like he needed some more work. But that's
She had inadequate institutional program.
I did have an
And what is the other one?
what I had was just program participation for institutional adjustment and.
How about committed on
special parole?
Okay. And when I said in the minority, I would have made a different decision. I'm in the majority on the decision, but I would have given him a 1-year sanction beyond his end of sentence. So just for the record. So regarding James Tucker, 406-899, move to deny discretionary parole based upon inadequate institutional program participation or institutional adjustment, current offense committed on special parole. And re-parole him on March 5th, 2027, back onto special parole for him to complete 2 periods of special parole that'll be running that'll be
I'm sorry, I didn't do that with the script. This is running and it ends on June 8th, 2029.
right. But there'd be 2.
Is there another?
There's a 7-year special parole attached to this sentence.
Yeah.
So
That's the current special parole I'm serving.
hang on. I have one that stops in.
Yes, 6.
Stand by for just a minute. No, so there's no new special parole.
No, so this is, this
So
is
this
2029.
This is it.
Yes. Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah, I just see, I have the MIT up on my screen and there's no special parole on the MIT.
Is that the one you're looking at?
It ends in 498.
Actually, there is special.
There is.
6 years on that.
It says 2 years and 1 day.
Here's 1 day and 6 years special parole. You don't, that's not in the body. You don't have that on.
2 years, special parole finding by the court, DNA. Yeah, 6 years special parole. Yeah. 2 years and 6 years.
Yeah. So this, yeah, on top of the other.
On top of the others. Yep. So he's not eligible.
Okay.
Complete special parole,
So
So the one that was running, that ends.
29.
29. And then
this one was
with this one,
33, 3/4 of 2030.
33.
Okay.
sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, you're good.
It's like this is not a typical case. So I'm going to start over just so that we're on that. Regarding James Tucker, 406-899, I move to deny parole based upon discretionary parole, based upon the current offense committed on special parole, inadequate institutional program participation, and poor institutional adjustment, and to parole him on March 5th, 2027, to 2 terms of special parole, which will be running simultaneously with the following stipulations that will apply to his both periods of special parole. No alcohol consumption, no operation of a motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, no contact with victims R and JC, and no contact with co-defendants Trayvon Jerome Green, George Harris, Frank Garay, Richard T. Williams, and Cafe Betts. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The parole is denied and the special parole stipulations have been set. So Mr. Tucker, your discretionary parole was denied. Your re-release date, again, is the end of sentence date here, which we have set as March 5th, 2027.
All right.
This concludes the parole hearing for James Tucker, 406-899. Mr. Tucker, you'll get all your paperwork next week.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Maldonado.
Good morning, ma'am.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, May 29th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Alex Starkov.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Good morning, sirs.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Mr. Maldonado, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Daniel Maldonado, 396-205.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Daniel Maldonado, 396-205. He is serving a sentence of 46 months, followed by 74 months of special parole for violation of a protective order by threat, harassment, or assault, and he's also serving a sentence for assault third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 18th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he's currently participating in Voices, which ends on June 4th, 2026. And he's also participating in domestic violence, which ends July 23rd, 2026. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Maldonado, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I can read something and say something.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. It's painful for me to know the effect that my actions have on this individual's life. The scar left on a person I was supposed to love and protect. How inexcusable and inconceivable they were and the long-term effects they may have on your life. No words can describe how deeply sorry I am, and I am very sorry for the physical and mental harm I may have caused there. During this incarceration, I've come to understand that there's more to past and present trauma, and most importantly, my victim's trauma. How the traumas of my childhood abuse that I've endured, from verbal to physical abuse, homelessness at 12 and sexual abuse at 9. But the worst abuse I've endured was the abusive ways I was to myself due to my past abuse, and now the created impact it had on others. This incarceration and the severity of my actions has allowed me to be cognizant of not allowing the pains of the past traumas become physical traits in our characteristics, which allows a victimized mindset to continue years after the abuser is gone. Unknowingly happened to me and is happening to other victims due to the hands of others and my hands as well. The learned self-characteristics of past traumas. Did I create this ripple effect in my victim's life because of my actions? Will she go through a cycle of insanity that my hands created, or will she understand what I've come to understand because of the trauma I've caused in her life? Knowing the difference, how to perceive myself so that insanity stops and future aren't held hostage and any longer by traumas past. Being conscious of these learned bad characteristics has allowed me to see the truth that lies within myself through the suffering or her pain. Understanding the suffering I've caused have given me the ability to tear down my old self so that I may rebuild and recreate new characteristics to combat the inner child's pain within. Me being cognizant is being conscious of oneself on an intellectual and depth understanding of the whole behavior I've been displaying, which during this incarceration I have meditated on day and night and corrected. I have put in security system in place within myself so I may have healthier outlets accessible to expressing my emotions rather than choosing violence and creating life-altering traumatic events. I understand that it's okay to have emotions but not express them in an aggressive and narrated way. I vigorously put in the work and will continue to put in the work necessary until I resemble humility, wisdom, and love. Domestic violence and voices have really opened my eyes to the harm and effect domestic violence has on people's life and mental. I will use all the tools I've learned in these groups and will carry them with me. The man that stands before you isn't that broken little boy you see on paper. To my victim, I take full responsibilities for my actions and suffering I may have caused in your life. Your sacrifice and pain won't be in vain. Your voice will never be silenced but forever heard through me, because I'll always carry your scar loudly. My deepest, sincerest apology. I'm sorry. What I wanted to say was I'm a great asset and member to the community. I've been a barber for 25 years, and I've been a part of the community for 25 years. 22 of them has been in the barbershop, and 16 has been in the same shop. I'm the first person that would jump to save somebody drowning. I'm the first person that would run in an abandoned building. I started a Halo company, a foundation called Help the Loved One. And I do nonprofit, like backpack drives, food drives. I do haircuts for the veterans and disabled every Wednesday. I feed the homeless at the end of every month because they don't have food. Because I was a part of that community once. The last big thing I did for Halo Found was I built a ramp for a disabled veteran. He was amputated from the leg down. I also created a whole career in the trade. I had $1 million check in front of me for the business itself. It's called the Halo's Love, which is Help the Loved Ones Love. It's a CNA cosmetology app combined. And this app allows an individual to go on it, and if their mother or a disabled veteran or anybody that has a trank, a CNA cosmetologist will go over there and you provide the services through the app. You pick a haircut. If it's to get your mom's hair done, her nails done, take her bed bath, clean her trink, take out and clean her colostomy bag. That's what this business does. And it brings new jobs. It brings new jobs and it helps the shortage of CNAs and cosmetologists out there and helps the veterans and the disabled people that they need the most love. And I also want to bring a barbershop apprenticeship program to the jails to help inmates better their chances in the streets and in the world, and use the Pell Grant to allow that to have a better, stable foundation going on. I've worked hard in here to fix and correct all the behaviors and to be able to say in front of you that I have changed. And if I get the opportunity, I'm gonna continue to build and go back to what I used to know and go get my app done so I could help change the world and help stitch it back together as much as possible and bring love and wisdom and everything I can to the people out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maldonado. So we've read about your background. We've read about what happened, your incarceration.
Yes,
what you've done since you've been inside, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions that we're going to take turns and ask, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to start the questions this morning with Board Member Sarkov.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Maldonado.
Good morning, sir.
So one of the things you started with in your opening statement is that you said you were sorry for the mental and physical harm that you may have caused to the victim.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us exactly what you take responsibility for?
I take responsibility for the mental pain that I might have caused her moving on forward, because my effects and my actions, what I did could really paralyze a person's mental to moving on, to allow somebody to allow this person to go back and really give somebody else a chance because of my behavior and the impact it had on her life. And my biggest fear is the ripple effect that it could create into her family, into her niece, and to truly paralyzing somebody mentally because of the actions that I chose to make that day.
Okay, and what were the actions? What did you actually do?
Well, the first time I threw the door, because I wrote a paper, I don't know if Ms. Logan got it, but the first incident where I got the initial protective order is that we came back from the beach, like from the Meds, is this water place in Middletown, and we were arguing, and I didn't want her to come in my house after we got, because we started to argue on the way to my house, and she had my keys in her backpack, and I threw the door and it hit her. And as soon as I did that, the cop was right there, right ready behind me, just happened to pass by and seen us arguing. I didn't know what happened until he stepped out the car. And then the incident that happened August 17th, I believe, I didn't know she was at my aunt's house, and I was in my house, and she heard my phone go off. I don't know how, but she started knocking on my door thinking that there was another girl in my house, and she's knocking and yelling. So I opened the door and I let her in. She started going around through the whole house, and I realized what she was doing, that she was looking for somebody else. And when she went to go into the living room to check in my room, there was nobody there, but I just wanted her to stop looking at my house and wanted her to leave, because she hated the fact that I had my own apartment. And I stopped her, and that gave her the thought that I actually had somebody there. And it got really upset her, and she started scratching me and trying to rip pieces of chunks of skin off my ear. And then I grabbed by the throat and neck area to create some distance. And I held her there for a little bit, and then I told her to leave, and she's yelling, telling me that, I cheated, blah, 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 there's somebody here. And I let her go, and as soon as she went to go grab her stuff, that's when the cops came and broke down the door.
Okay, so do you admit there was strangulation involved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about the second offense of assault third?
Oh, that was in front of TD Bank in Britain. I don't even know them. It was a Spanish dude was yelling at this older gentleman. He must have been like sick. Excuse me?
That was a cough.
Oh, it was yelling at an older gentleman and putting his hands in his face, and it's so hard for me to not go over there. I should have never went, but I just thought that he was gonna hurt the dude, so I went over to the dude and I told him, like, you can't treat people like this. This guy's he's old. Like, why are you putting his hands in his face like that? And then I guess he didn't like what I said, and then he started hitting me. And when I grabbed him, when I was holding him, stopping him from hitting me, we hit the van next to us, and he just stopped swinging. So I thought he got hurt because I could tell he just stopped, and that's how he got.
So your position is essentially that you were trying to help. You went there to help.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't any of that make it into the police report?
Because the dude didn't want to say nothing. I had a whole video. I seen the dude the very next day, and he said he would write something and vouch for me, but they said that the police officers never went to go speak to him.
Yeah, it's just a very different story from reading the police report.
But that's generally what happened. You know, I don't know.
You were intoxicated at the time, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that?
Excuse me. Go ahead, sir.
If you were intoxicated, how can you? I mean, do you think you may have misread the situation, that you went there to help, but nobody really needed your help?
No, I mean, I literally just got in. I still had it in my pockets when the officer came. And it really was that. I don't know I don't want to make it seem I'm trying to minimize or nothing. He hit me. I had a broken eye socket. I was bleeding out my nose, and he didn't have nothing wrong with him, but just the dislocated shoulder from hitting me. I don't know what to say to that, sir, really.
All right. Let's move on to your time during this incarceration.
Yes,
you
sir.
have no disciplinary reports, which is good.
Yeah.
You've taken domestic violence, but you've taken it before. Why do you think you keep coming back on these domestic charges where you're in need of domestic violence program? And why didn't it work? You've taken it twice already.
Because before I wasn't doing the program, I was in a denied group and I wasn't even taking it serious. I didn't really care for it, to be honest, because I just didn't see nothing wrong for the cases that brought me in. And this time it's going to work because I don't want to create no more harm or pain to anybody or suffering, because I know what it is to live in a state of mind that you have trauma and your brain doesn't function properly, and that harming to people I don't want to do. And I know this time I'm going to use the resources and everything that the class has been providing me with to be better as a person all around. And I went through, I did this thing, it's called cognitive behavioral therapy, a paper I fell upon drinking coffee one day. It was dirty, but it truly helped me. It was cleaning out your closet and how you have to take all your thoughts, and your thoughts are your clothes that are messed up in the closet, and you take them out and you refold them, wash them, take care of them, and put them back in. And I did that. I wrote over 10 composition books of trauma and everything I've done. And I also wrote 10 others to come back that same thing, to be my own, to do the cognitive therapy exercise. I put in the work to make sure it's going to work this time. And with the resources that parole provides, I know I'm going to succeed.
Well, you do have a period of special parole no matter what happens today. Right, to follow your sentence, you will have some supervision.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're taking the Voices program now. One program you have not been able to take yet is addiction services, right?
Yeah, I was doing tier 1 in a county, but I got transferred before I could finish it.
Do you think you need that program, a tier program?
Do I need tier?
Yeah. Do you need an addiction services program?
Yes. I need everything, and I got sentenced late. If not, I would have been done with this. and I would have had all the programs, more programs to be able to come up here with, but I got sentenced so late, and the programs here take so long to get in. It took me 6 months just to get into voices and DV.
Yep, I understand. Your DOC alcohol score is 5. It's the highest, right?
I've been like that since my first incarceration.
But you do recognize you have a problem, right? Some of your offenses involve the use of alcohol.
Yes, sir. Well, especially, drinking and smoking.
How do you plan to stay sober in the community?
Get an outreach, a sponsor, get a coach that can help me, and somebody I can have to always call and have there. My dad is back in my life, and a lot of the people in my family's back in my life, my kids. But I have better outlets. I have a great community, because being a barber in the same spot for years, you build such a strong bond with people, and they always tell me, like, you ever need anything, you could just call. And I'm just something that I just don't genuinely want to do at all. It's not in me anymore. The behavior, all of it, I'm so exhausted by. It's not an option no more at all.
In terms of employment, you want to go back to become to be a barber, right? That's your profession. I saw somewhere that you mentioned you want to be a math teacher.
Yeah, I love school, and that's why I want to bring back a barbershop apprenticeship. I just want to bring trades back into the jail, but I just love teaching. That's always been my #1 passion. That I will clean my record, and I will be a math teacher one day. I know I will be, because I just genuinely love. I want to help the kids from 13 to 17 as they mature and become young men and adults. And that was a big time in my life. I needed somebody, and I want to be that somebody to somebody.
Yeah, I think that's all I have. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Board Member Rodriguez.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Maldonado, when did you have this change of all this love and all this other stuff?
Well, that's I've always been like that. I had a disconnection. The biggest problem with me was I had a disconnection between mind, body, and soul. My mind was lost and in pain. My soul was broken, and my body was trying to navigate something that it wasn't able to carry, because it was like a selfless driving car that was just going to crash into everything. And it's always been who I am, but I just didn't know how broken and destroyed I was from the inside out, and I didn't know how to genuinely. I'm sorry.
It's such a contradiction from your history.
Yeah, I know, sir. I worked hard, and I just don't want this cycle anymore. It's disgusting. It's not somebody who I am, and I got so lost in that world that it became, like you're saying now, it's a cycle of insanity that I created, allowing my pains of my past just take over my whole life. And
you've just now come to this realization in this particular incarceration, because you've had other incarcerations.
Yeah, as soon as I came in, I just told myself I have to create change, and I worked every day. I meditated. I did everything I need to continue to make sure that this is the only thing I resemble now.
Well, we're going to want to see you finish the program that you're currently taking.
Oh, of course, sir. Yes, sir.
That's for sure.
Yes, sir.
And you still have a couple of things on your OAP.
Yeah, I have
and especially the addiction services, which I know we're going to want to see you take as well.
Yeah, I talked to Rex. He don't answer. He told me to tell you guys he don't answer, and but he says I'm on the waiting list for the next one. It should start in I think it should start at the end of June or the beginning of July.
Okay.
And I'm also waiting for AVP and New Thoughts and people empowering people.
I think those programs will all be very, very good for you.
Thank you, sir.
To help support your change in thinking, and
Yeah, the foundation, the domino effect, the snowball effect.
Because to hear you today, it really is a contradiction from what you see who you were.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? Your history and what that's kind of doesn't match for some reason.
Yes, sir.
But, I'm glad that you're really motivated to take the programming.
Yes, sir.
I think that in the long run, that'll be very helpful for you. And you don't need yes until 2028.
Yes, sir.
You have some time to kind of do some programs and really set up a strong release plan. So
Yeah.
you don't find yourself in this situation again.
This will never happen, sir, again.
Yes, I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for
Good
speaking.
luck. Good luck to you.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Board Member Sarkoff, where are we?
Chair, Mr. Maldonado is here, two very serious convictions. His criminal history is also very serious and includes a number of acts of violence. It says fifth incarceration, age of 34. On the positive side, he has no disciplinary reports. He is taking voices right now. He's taking a domestic violence program for the third time. Hopefully something's clicking this time. It does sound pretty positive. I'm going to be denial today just because his criminal history and nature of these offenses, but also the fact that he has not been able to take an addiction services program with an alcohol and DOC alcohol score of 5. Just give us a minute. Clearly, alcohol played a big part in committing these offenses. So certainly denial today.
No thoughts of Marie here? I'm in denial today too as well, but I might be willing to give him an opportunity to take some additional breaks. He's got until 2028, not almost a year and a half, it's 18 months.
I'm willing to discuss it right here. It would have to be, extra period of time.
Oh, yeah. For me too, it would be.
So he may need tier 4, if he does that.
We're looking at the March 28, well, at least a year.
Yeah.
Why don't we go to March of 27? That gives them a year.
Yeah, that works.
Well, I mean, he is going out on special parole too, but.
It's March gives a little bit of incentive to keep working. This is a lot to overcome.
It is.
Yeah, it is. And there's no guarantee, he needs to continue to glean from programs what he's doing and maintain what he's doing in terms of disciplinary reports and things like that in order to continue to move in that direction. So I had inadequate institutional program participation, criminal history, and poor performance on community release.
Yeah.
I had a tier program finish his OAP. Any other positive programming? No disciplinary reports?
Definitely has to finish 2 programs he's in.
Yeah. And those are both
July, at least.
Those are both those are both programs on his way.
Yeah.
In March 27. Okay. So regarding Daniel Maldonado, 39605, move to deny parole today based upon inadequate institutional program participation, criminal history, and poor performance on community release. And to rehear this case in March of 2027 with the following recommendations: that he complete his OAP, certainly the programs that he's in right now, Voices in Domestic Violence, that he complete an addiction services program, any other positive programming, and remain disciplinary report free. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Maldonado, what we did was we denied your parole today. We hopefully with our recommendation, you get bumped up on a few of these programs that you need to take. And then you come back and see us in March, continue on the positive path that you're going. Come back and see us again, and we'll look at discretionary parole for you for the last year of your incarceration.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
This concludes the parole hearing for Daniel Maldonado, 396-205.
Stand by the slide, they're opening it up. Last one, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Can you stand by as well?
Who do we have?
Mr. Smith.
So you want to let him know because we're going to go into executive section.
Yes. So Dupree, just hang out for a minute because I have to like record and stop recording and things like that. So, just hang out for a minute, please, for me.
Sure.
Thank you. Is Dr. Walker gonna come up?
Maybe.
Is she done or what? Yep. There she goes.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning, panel.
My name is Parole Officer Logan, and today is May 29th, 2026. This is the jurisprudence hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Present this morning are Chairperson Mike Polk and Board Member Sarkov and Board Member Rodriguez. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Anthony Smith, 231460.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted with Anthony Smith, inmate number 231460, because the board has received information regarding past conduct which may require participation in a behavioral management program for problem sexual behavior.
Because the history we are going to discuss involves confidential information, I move that we go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The board will now go into executive session and we'll be back on the record shortly.
Officer, if I could just get your help, I'm gonna hang up this call and send you a new pop-up. If you can press accept when that shows up on the tablet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Officer, don't press the join button. Wait until you see the accept button show up.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Thank you.
Yep.
We should be all set. Thank you.
We are now back on the record in the matter of Anthony Smith, 231460. I move that the board require an assessment of problem sexual behavior prior to scheduling a discretionary full hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The Mr. Smith, after reviewing all of the information available and hearing your testimony today, the board has determined that an evaluation for treatment for problem sexual behavior will be required prior to the scheduling of your discretionary parole hearing. At that hearing, the board may decide to require your participation in problem sexual behavior treatment in compliance with any related clinical recommendations regarding that treatment as a condition of your release. You may also be assigned a special management unit for supervision. Once the evaluation and all other statutory required documents have been made available to the board for review, your discretionary parole hearing will be scheduled. Now that will come up somewhere around your parole eligibility date. Okay?
Right.
Thank you very much.
This concludes the jurisprudence hearing for Anthony Smith, inmate number 231460. You're all set, Mr. Smith. You'll get your paperwork in the mail.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Can you just leave that on for me, Dupree? Just
Sure.
leave it on for me because I don't have any more guys to come up, but I do have case reviews. So when I'm done, it'll just go to sleep by itself. Have a good weekend. Thank you.
You too, enjoy.
Here we go. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, May 29th, 2026. This is a case reviewed for Michael Cook, inmate number 345488 at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Mike Polk. Alex Sarko.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Mr. Cook is serving 731 days, followed by 2 years special parole for violation of a protective order by threat, harassment, or assault. He also has a conviction for strangulation or suffocation in 3rd degree and a violation of probation. The underlying charge is violation of a protective order and assault 3rd. Mr. Cook has waived his discretionary parole, and this case review is being conducted to set special parole stipulations. At this time, the panel will now deliberate and set special parole stipulations.
Regarding Michael Cook, 345488, I move to set the following stipulations that will apply to his special parole term in addition to standard parole conditions. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, behavior management for domestic violence, no contact with victims NS or EH, and a general no contact with VG. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the special parole stipulations are set.
This concludes the case review hearing to set special parole stipulations for Michael Cook, 345488. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, May 29th, 2026. This is a case review for Cheryl Davy, 420720 at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Mike Polk. Alex Sarko.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Mr. Davy is serving 10 years, followed by 10-year special parole for 2 counts of sexual assault first, victim less than 13, actor more than 2 years older. Mr. Davy has waived his discretionary parole, and this hearing is being conducted to set special parole stipulations. At this time, the panel will now deliberate and set special parole stipulations.
Regarding Cheryl Davy, 420720, to set the following special parole conditions, in addition to standard parole conditions. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, release to ICE detainer, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victims ZW or ZW. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the special parole stipulations are set.
This concludes the case review hearing to set special parole stipulations for Cheryl Davy, 420720. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, May 29th, 2026. This is a case review for Henry Dominich, 392868 at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Mike Polk.
Alex Sarko.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Also in attendance is the board psychologist. Mr. Dominich is serving 16 years, followed by 10 years special parole for attempt to commit sexual assault first, victim less than 13 years old, actor more than 10 years older. Sorry about that.
2 years older.
2 years older. Sure. Sorry about that. Sorry.
You're fine.
I don't know why I had I wrote it like I had two. Like he had two, the two convictions on.
Yes, sex one, victim 13.
That's the attempted.
2 years older.
That's the attempted.
And yes, that's the attempted.
Illegal sexual contact.
Illegal sexual contact. Victim.
That's what I didn't write the illegal sexual contact, so I'm just gonna read that again. So Dominique to serving 16 years followed by 10 years special parole or attempt to commit sexual assault first, victim less than 13, actor more than 2 years older, and illegal sexual contact, victim less than 16 years old. Mr. Dominique has waived his discretionary parole, and this case review is being conducted to set special parole stipulations. At this time, the panel will not deliberate and set special parole stipulations.
Regarding Henry Dominique, 392-868, I want to set the following special parole conditions in addition to standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, no contact with victim NA. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The special parole conditions are set.
This concludes the case review hearing, set special parole stipulations for Henry Dominique, 392-868. It also concludes the Brooklyn Correctional Parole hearing. It is 11:39 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
background.